all my buttons are broken. I haven't fixed that yet. I thought I fixed it. Clearly not. I will unmute in Discord so that Allie can hear me too. Although I don't think Allie's buttons are working. Let me see. I didn't check it. I'm so not ready for stream, guys, but that's all right. Allie's is working. Look at that. Very nice. Hi, Harriet. Hi, Rob. So. So keen. She's a dino, our queen. Love Allie's sound. It's such a vibe. It's going good. As you can see, I'm cosplaying as my character. Not really. I'm totally cosplaying as a barbarian slash Viking from the when I went to the Ren Fair yesterday. I got a really brand new piece underneath. Hold on. Take my headphones off. It's so cute. I can wear it normally, and that's probably what I'll end up doing, but I had to show the whole thing. Like, this is the face. I have armor too, but this is so cute, guys. This is so cute. Look at the fur.
I like it.
It's cozy. It's cozy, but it lets my tattoo be out and everything. So yeah, it's so cool. I love it. It is real fur, but it's like humanely obtained and stuff like that. My cats love it. The problem is my cats love it. You know what I mean? This is reindeer. This is reindeer fur. So it died of old age on a farm, basically, or they ate it, one or the other. I'm not sure, but it was humanely obtained. You know what I mean? So the one my cats really like is a humanely obtained slap bracelet. That's also a squirrel. It's super soft. I love it. It's really, really, really soft. Santa Crash. That's right. And so we're just handling
slap bracelet. Which is amazing.
Yeah, this is my fidget toy, guys. I love it, but my cats go nuts. They want to eat this. The reindeer are a little less eating and a lot more like just trying to bite it, which they'll ruin it. But like for now, I can wear it. They don't know it's out right now. They haven't sniffed this one as much as the squirrel one. The squirrel one they think is amazing. So yeah, but I only buy fur from people who handle animals humanely, right? Or use all the parts of the animals and like are hunting and things like that. So it's the only way I do it. Like I'm really against like fur farms and stuff like that. But if it's being hunted or killed anyway for other purposes, like meat or because of old age or whatever on a farm, it's perfectly fine. Perfectly reasonable. In fact, I would hope they would use the fur because why wouldn't you? It's weird not to. The other day I took the kids to the farm and they had reindeers. They're so pretty. They're so sweet. I love reindeers. They're so nice. But it's also really warm, which is quite nice. It's quite nice. I'm not super cold right now, but you know, in the winter it's nice. Anywho's it? You like my energy tonight? I'm glad. My energy is mostly exhaustion, actually. I'm hitting a point of like tiredness that makes me a little crazy.
No.
It's that like it's like going to Walmart at 4 a.m. kind of crazy, where you're like, I'm a little insane. I probably shouldn't be doing this. Yeah. It's because I've been going every single weekend to clear out my father-in-law's house, and it's so much, and it's exhausting. So I came from that today. Yesterday we went to the Ren Fair. Today we did that. And I'm tired. Physically, emotionally, I'm so done with it and like oversensoried because like we're going through like things that are covered in like 30 years of dust and whatever else is there, right? Like mold or some sort of creature got into it and like all of that, and like yeah, it's gross and I hate it. But when we sell his house, we get a really large portion of the money for a down payment for a house for us, so it's worth it. It's just meh. Can you imagine the sneezing? Yeah, I actually have to stay out of basement because I'm really allergic to mold, and there's a little mold in the basement and I just can't. I wear a mask when I have to, but like nope, I've been doing everything else. So I've been handling a lot of garbage, a lot of the runs to donation, a lot of the dealing with that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't want to risk it. I'm really allergic. It makes me feel really bad, and I get migraines from it, so it's bad. I went into the basement the first time, and I was like, I can't be here. Like, and Neil's like, is there mold? And I'm like, yeah, there is. He's like, and his father was like, there is? And I'm like, oh, yes. And Neil's like, oh, she's always right. She's a mold detector. She can find it. She just knows. Hire someone to do it for you. We could. But it's not worth the difference. I think it's worth doing it ourselves, but not worth the difference to pay somebody else to do it. It is a lot. It is like 30, 40 years worth of crap. And she was a mild hoarder because she grew up really poor. Because it was his mother's house that he's living in now. You like this? What do you think of it? What do you think of this? Is that interesting? Yeah. They really like my fox fur that I have. They go crazy. What do you think? Yeah, not as exciting as the squirrel, huh? Squirrel's very exciting. This is interesting. Yeah, see, no bite. No bite. We're not eating this. I might have to go put it away. I just wanted to show the people. It's cool. But yeah, it's probably not worth the difference in money. It's worth it for us to do it, and we're all capable of doing it. It's just annoying. Several weekends of our life. It'll be fine. We're pretty much done with our part. I think we have to go back like once or twice more to do like dumpster transfers, the stuff that we put into bags and put it in the dumpster, and the rest is on his dad, really. Their instincts are kicking. Oh yeah, it's not their fault. It's all nature, right? He just wants to smell it and bite it and go, I hunt, I big kitty, I big tiger. Right? You tiger? Yeah. He's like, I am ferocious. Ferocious. Right? Ferocious. So, yeah. So I'm tired, but that's what gives the vibe, guys. That's the vibe, is I'm exhausted physically. But it's actually good because I need to stay up and stuff for life. I need to sleep properly. Do I need to put it away? Is it too tempting? Mold remover cleaner also smells so strong. Yeah. The mold cleaning, I'm not cleaning. We're not cleaning it. We're probably going to hire a professional to do that if we end up doing it. Or it's just going to be a known issue that the new person who buys it needs to handle. And it's just going to be, like, written in that we're not handling it. Right? Like, we're informing of the issue that we know exists, but we're not handling it. They're welcome to bring in a mold expert to see how bad it is, but we're not doing any of that. Right? So, the house is still worth decent money for that, so it's fine. It's fine. I'm just not getting with it. Nix! Hi, Nix! Welcome, Raiders! How's it going? I need to do some things. How was your stream, Nix? Was it good? Hope it was good. Trying to. Maybe it's under Jace. Because it was Jace. Oh, yeah, it was Jace. It was in my lab. There you go. Depending on how much you're going to sell for, it might cost more for it to be removed than it'll affect the price. Exactly. And that's exactly what it will be. So we're just going to write it in there. And as a known issue, will not be negotiating due to this. Will not be. Like, that's known issue. We're telling you about it. We're not fixing it for you. You can deal with it yourselves, but which is perfectly fine. It's more of a, you need to get a mold inspection. You need to know how bad it is. That's on the buyer, right? It's fine. So, the houses in the area are going pretty decently, so they're going to want to do a remodel anyway. So anybody doing a full remodel is probably going to be doing mold. Is going to expect mold and is going to be handling that anyway. So, it's fine. I played Monster Prom for the first time. Was it fun? I've never played that one. Under the weather, and that was a lot of talking. Oh, yeah. I'm exhausted, but I talk more when I'm tired, which is not necessarily in my best interest. But it's not something I can help, so I understand. Brrr. That's how my brain's going. I'm going brrr, because that's what my brain's doing. Have I done anything in the game? No. Which is why today is totally going to be like grinding and chatting with you guys and like maybe building and stuff. Allie's already like working on her house. Right? We need to get a couple things grinded to strengthen the flame. We need a couple of these things. We're just going to grind a little bit. I've got a build to work on. So we're just chilling. We're probably not going to be doing too much crazy stuff unless we really get in the mood. But yeah. I appreciate the raid, Nix. If you have to go, raid and run kind of deal because you're tired, I totally understand. Make sure you take care of your body. I know you said you're not feeling good. Yeah, so I don't think I've done much more since last time I streamed this, but it's coming out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with how this is. We need to decorate. We need to finish putting the grass roof on, kind of deal. If I want to exchange any stuff for new things, which I exchanged the windows for iron ones because I think they look better. Gotta do that. Like, I've started some of this. Obviously, see, this isn't right. But I've started the hill a little bit. Have to finish this side of it. So we're starting some of this. It's fine. We're working on it. It'll happen. Got back home today and the mast is out in the area, so the mast is out. Is that like do you mean like the main power or something? What does that mean? To me, a mast is something you have on a ship. What's the... I'm feeling like this is a language barrier between English and English. English. The English of English. The English version of English versus the American version of English. Cell tower. Okay. That makes sense. A small business selling like incense, crystals, and witchy shit, but also like pride flags and stuff, was vending at my local pagan pride day yesterday and kicked my own ass doing it. But did you make decent money? Did you have a good time? Did you make good connections? All of the above? Any of those things? It's all about all of those things. Today's about rest and chill. Yeah, for me too. Honestly, the last several streams have been kind of more rest and chill. It is what it is, right? Except the people outside are vibing. I don't know if you can hear it. Are you using the night light for any reason, or should I sleep?
No, you can sleep if you want.
You flirted with a nurse. Oh, go ahead. I can read it.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm just adding like a loft to the top of that thing, so if we have more survivors, we can put more beds down.
That we're gonna get more, so that makes perfect sense. You flirted with a nurse who wants me to go to a foraging and hippie shit event next weekend. Well, that's fun. That's super fun. So winning is what you're saying. So it was a great event. I like it. The Ren Fair that I went to yesterday was really fun and got this lovely vest, which I'm really excited about. Or if I can show you guys. It's weird to take this off like that. It's so cute. I'll wear it like normally too. It's more revealing than I'm like usually wearing, but I love it so much. It's so comfortable. And then I also got a little health, like a potion of healing that they made, and it looks so cute. It's for D&D style stuff, and it fits on a belt, so I can take this like barbarian outfit, and I can also take some of my other components that I have and totally work on my druid outfit, or make it into a full barbarian outfit for D&D nights if I want to, just for funsies, which I'm not currently playing D&D, but we want to get back into it if we can make a group happen. And it's really fun to dress up as your character, so like, of course, which my character is a druid, so we can make it work. There's a lot of components that like go well with the druid, so we wanted to finish this outfit first because it's my Viking slash it's really, the haircut works for the Viking, let's be honest. And so I really like that, but I also really like the barbarian, which it works for, and I really like druid, which a lot of pieces work for. So pulling will work. That's right. Didn't make a ton of money and felt kind of crap, but yeah, good times. My friend visited with her dog too. So as long as you had a good time, I mean, that's the, like, it's first connections and second, like, having a good time. But selling things is nice, of course. That is the ultimate goal, I suppose. But it's not the only goal. Let's see if we can get something like a step. Get out of my way, trees. A step down like this. We're gonna make it more gradient, guys, don't worry. But this is the idea. I find they need a little bit more of these options for the terrain for it to work quite right. It's a little bit disappointing, or maybe they'll get us more soon. It's hard. It's not bad. Not bad. Like, and ground doesn't need to be perfectly even, right? Like, I'm not expecting perfectly even ground, because that's not normal. But I am... a slope would be nice. Everybody's playing their music today, apparently. It's play your music loud in the neighborhood moment. It's lovely. Thank you for sharing. Too high. Okay. Meh. It's a thing. It's a thing. I think I might get a bit of work done while I still have energy. Fair enough. Fair enough. Understandable. Understandable. Yeah, I don't want it there. Down a little bit. Okay, I'm trying to be reasonable here. Be reasonable. There we go. There we go. There we go. Trees, you're in my way. I know there's a first person option. It's just not always the best option for what I'm trying to do. And in this case, I don't think so. Will this work? It kind of works. It kind of works. I don't know what's happening there. I'm not sure I like that. I'm not sure I like it. Why are you so weird? You're telling me I can't put this down, but there's like clearly a gap. Thank you. That's not right. Hate it. Hate it. I hate it. I hate it, precious. I hate it. That's something. Doesn't fix this little issue up here, but I could do that. I'm not sure I like it. You gave away a whole shit ton of resist pins. Lovely. Lovely. Okay. That's an improvement. Alright. I think I accidentally removed these and I didn't mean to. That's not right. Fix, please. Doing this can be so frustrating sometimes, but so rewarding when you finally get it and it looks right, but like... A Zine maker? Or Zine maker? Zine maker? Who does witchy shit that I like to support. Had a deal. Got a big bad paper sheet. What's a Zine? You've been teaching yourself how to develop apps at the moment? Nice. What programming are you using? I didn't know you knew how to program. I've been learning, doing some self-learning on that too. But not on apps yet. Not on apps yet. I want to do apps. It's a work in progress. It's a... I want this to turn sideways. Why is that not a choice? I'm just gonna fill in some gaps here just to have less air. I want it to be smooth, but I'm not sure smooth is gonna be like an option. Ah, that smooths it out a little bit. That's kind of nice. This actually might work better. Yeah. Yeah. That's a feature. Layer it. Layer it. Layer it. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I just make this shit up as I go. And hope it works. People are like, "Hey, you're so good at building." No, I just fuck around with it. I just fuck around with it like it's, you know,
Hope for the best.
Like it's 1995 and you just got a new computer and like there's literally no instruction manual. Okay, that's how I grew up on computers. This is all I know how to do. Bullshit my way until I hit success, and that's it. That's it. That's all I have. Portland Buttonworks person published a great how-to book called Stolen Sharpie Revolution, all about making zines. It's like the print version of a podcast. Oh, okay. So, like, is that short for magazine? Like a zine? A zine? Even though it's spelled with a magic E and it hurts my brain. Because phonics, but it's fine. Because it's the end of magazine, basically. But it's like a mini magazine. It's a mini magazine. I get it. I get it. Makes sense. So me and Liam have decided we're going to try and move to Portugal with the next 10 years or so, looking to ways to make income remotely. Good for you. Portugal is one place we looked at. I do recommend the shoreline more than the city, but I didn't like Lisboa, but that's just me. It's fine. It's nice to visit. It just wasn't my vibe, man, most of the time. No, that is not correct. I want to kind of go up with the stairs. Okay, that feels wrong, wrong, wrong. So yeah, you say like magazine? Okay. I missed you saying that, sorry. Sorry! I missed it. My bad. Forgive me, please. Do I start at the top here? Do I try to... Ew. I hate this. Alright, alright, alright. That's good enough. Good enough. Okay. How good you're info dumping? Yeah, it's fine. I allow it. In fact, I generally support it, so it's fine. I do it a lot, so I can't even, like, complain, really. Okay. I want this entire rock piece to be there. It'll go into the house. I don't want it into the house. I don't want a massive cube either! Oh my god. Where's the block? Can I place block? Probably not. I can't just place a handful. No, I don't want to punch it. I want to place a handful of dirt. I just want to sprinkle dirt. Self-produced independent works are a special interest of mine. That's fun. I can see that being really interesting, honestly. So, of course. I could hide this with a tree. I could problem solve. I could problem solve with a tree, guys. I could do a thing. I just wish that they would give you the ability to build with blocks with the ground too. That would solve all my problems. They don't let you. This is my parents' place is in Quinta, so I would ideally want to be around there, but it's so expensive. One of our friends have 2-bedroom apartments in a place called Villamoira. That's 400K, so you have to work hell hard if you want to make it possible. Oh yeah, that's expensive. Oh, near the airport. Yeah, I know where that is. I know where that is. I don't think I've been there, but I know where it is. This good work. This good work. This good work. This good work. Yeah, it's good function. It's got a little bit of some messiness. We can clean that up. Clean it up. I mean, it's a grassy knoll. What do people want? No grass? Ridiculous. Alright. See, this is the kind of perfectionism that makes my builds take absolute ages, guys. Ages! If I finish the roof? No, you want to see why? Because it sucks ass. That's why. That's why. In case that wasn't clear. There we go. This part's the easy part. I don't think it's coming through on the bottom. We have to double check it. Because we would hate for that to be the case. Hello, you grassy? Just build it up. I might have to build some scaffolding. A little annoying, but not the worst. And then I think I want to have a little edge. It's like podcast underground flea markets, shit like that. Why underground flea markets? Why would it need to be underground, I guess is my question. What are you doing at the flea market that makes it be underground? Why?
Maybe it's for mole people.
Mole people! Sounds exciting.
They want to shop too.
They do. They want to shop. The mole people need their things. Where did the bed go? I'm so tired I can't see it. Okay, figured it out. Found the bed, guys. Found it. It's gonna go over. I mean, I could put it inside. It's not really a big deal. We could just place a bed. It's lovely. Oh my god, cozy. Okay. Unless I'm in the lottery, it's going to take many a year to be able to be in a position to move out there. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Okay, so we kind of did this. This is nice. We're going to want like a path, an actual like road and stuff later, but I think that's going to be a much later endeavor. I don't think that's a now issue. Okay. Put this inside so I can take my things at my liberty. A lot of this is going to go back to the other base though, so which is fine. I don't think I need the rest, but I might. Oh no, I clicked out of the game. Didn't mean to. Enjoy your lurk next time. Time to go rest? Yes. Take care of yourself. Thank you again for the raid. No problem whatsoever. Always take care of yourself. So we could fill this in. It wouldn't look weird. But I think it feels right to be, like, have, like, random hills and gaps and things. I feel like that's normal in a hilly area. I think it's the vibe. Let's see. Next component. Oh, I was doing the roof. I was doing it for half a second, and then I got tired of doing the roof because the roof sucks. Okay, I did some of it over here. Look, I did the back of the roof. Back's much nicer. Look, pretty. I have a little, like, actual roof starting here. I don't know how I want to finish it, how I want it to look. So we'll wait on that, but that's the idea. And then I got to here and I stopped, and I was tired of it. I just said, you know what, that's a future Kaluna problem, and it was. And it was. How'd that? Is that too subtle, or is that good? Okay, alright. It's not quite. I want it to be good, like here. This part's a little awkward, but it's fine. Okay, alright. We'll adjust a little here. Make some minor adjustments, but okay. Good enough, good enough. This is alright. It's alright. It's already there, that section. This is fine. That looks relatively normal for a hill. I'm looking for natural, not like a perfect shape. Relatively natural is the goal. I want this to kind of completely get covered. I want this hill to really go up and over, I think is probably. But how to get it to connect over here in a reasonable way? I actually think I do this side first and then I make it meet. I think that's the way. Can't see what I'm doing. Does that look right? I don't know. See, I need scaffolding, and I hate making scaffolding in this game. I hate it.
Just use a flat, piece of, like...
Yeah, that's what I end up doing. I don't like actual scaffolding. Okay, is that the angle I'm looking for? Is that...
Drink or perish, coward!
I will. I have coffee, but I also have this. I did pretty good drinking water. I think I've had 5 glasses of water today. I got a really massive water bottle when I was working because I was like sweating like crazy. So I've been doing pretty good. And I also had some juice today to like replenish some of the sugars that I was losing like crazy. Luckily it was a nice day though. It's like really pretty out. little breeze and stuff, because I think I would have gone nuts if it wasn't. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's not coming in. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like it, she says. She doesn't like it. How does this feel? We'll just put it there and see what happens. Yikes. Like, having this come down as a rock formation is not awful. It's a little sharper than I want for most of it. Do I just have it do the full hoop down? And this can be my scaffolding and just, like, hold some shape, honestly. Maybe that's what we do. Like, I don't want to waste all this dirt, but, like, I think it's going to give us more shape, and that's actually, like, a bonus. Okay. I don't think I want this as a final shape, but it gives us something to work with. Something to work with. Okay. See, that's pretty. Now, will it be pretty all the way down? That's a great question. But we're gonna try it. Seeing that it meets over there, I think that's fine. Honestly, I think it's fine to meet there. I think we could do a little bit something to make it work better. But I think we got this. I think it's fine. I actually don't even think that we need it quite like that. Sure. And then, is it this one that we were using? Yeah. I'll do a little bit over here and see how far that goes over. Okay. Because I don't know how I want the front to be. Do I want it to just be like a little grassy there? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Am I overthinking it? 100%. Okay. But I overthink roofs all the time. This is normal. This is what you do. Roofs are hard, guys, okay? Roofs are hard. Try this and see if it does the trick. Well, it's not horrible. It's not horrible. Might have to do something else with it. I need Waffles to give some feedback because he did this before and he made his like edging quite nice and I don't know how he did it. Maybe he used this. Just picking it down. No, it disappears entirely. I mean, that's great for removal. But like, not for edging it. Not for fixing the edges. I gotta do this while I can't see it. Oh, challenge. There we go. That's something. Okay, well, I'm gonna start with this as the edge because I don't hate it, and not hating it is a win at this point. Okay, so that's where I'm at. Okay, that's why I'm looking at weird rock here. Weird rock. What if? What if I take my axe and I just touch it? Does that do anything? It definitely doesn't. It does nothing. I just want to trim the grass just a teeny bit, you know? Trim it back. Why is this the hardest part, guys? This is the hardest part. The rest of it takes just a matter of time. This is hard. I don't like it. Why is it hard? It's hard. I don't like it. Okay, we're gonna fill in some gaps here. Oh, we have a window there. We want to do something else. We want to, like, carve part of this away. I get it. I get it. That's what we're going for. Okay. It's like a little bit gentler. Not quite that much rock, okay. Gentle little knoll. Is that what we're aiming for? I think so. Gentle knoll. Did I give up on the roof? Not yet, but it's just a for later problem. For later when I come back to it. I remember why I left the last time I was playing. It was because of this. I was like, you know what, that's a later problem, and now it's a now problem, you know what I mean? I have mild regrets that I left it for now, but it's fine. It'll be okay. Maybe. I kind of want like a... Do I just put a rock here? Do I just make it rocky? Is this bad? I don't think this is bad. I think it could work. Just a little rocky little outpost thing. I think that's kind of nice, kind of cute. Kind of a vibe. Okay. Alright. And I don't, okay, I don't, it might be too much, A little more gradual. Oh, I think I'm overthinking it. I'm thinking about my thinking too much. How's your roof coming there, Ollie?
Gave up on the roof.
You
It
gave
is
up?
what it is for the moment.
I understand this.
I was thinking about in the basement area of that big building I made for the like displays. I'm going to make a room for the skeleton guy. And he's going to be the curator of the museum.
Excellent. Kind of like a little Stardew Valley museum. Of all the things. I like it. Why? It's such an awkward angle. I hate that. Okay. Sleep. Maybe it'll look better in the morning. We can always take breaks and go grind something. Like, there's things to go get, so.
Yeah. I'm going to make a wall and a door, and then I'm good to go get stuff.
Yeah. Might need a break from the roof, and then I'll come back to it, because I do, but it's just giving me a hard time. don't approve of that. I want a slightly smaller block. Oh.
I guess it would help if I had the right bricks on me.
That does sound reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
That's how far I want to go out. It's something. It's doing something. This piece was in the way. That's why it wasn't coming out right. That's better. That's an improvement. Okay. Alright. Mild improvement here. This is something. Alright, and then we need to kind of make it do a thing over here.
We have some villagers we haven't placed.
Yes. If there's any short ones, they kind of should go over here. I feel like the carpenter definitely needs to live here. He's very hobbitish. And we have a second carpenter, so I think it could work out.
Mm-hmm.
He could move to his new village. To be with his people, you know?
Yeah.
He's clearly a hobbit. He's very cute. He speaks like one too. Like it's correct. They definitely created him with a hobbit in mind. Or perhaps just dwarf in general, but that's fine. Like classic dwarf. But I like either way. I think it will work. Kind of not able to see this from the other direction, so this could be like looking horrible. I'm kind of just going off vibes and hoping that it works out. Which I do a lot. So, and sometimes it works out, so you know, that's why I keep doing it. Okay, there's an issue with it. And the issue is here. I hate you. You need to go. You suck. Can you go away, please? Why are you so terrible? Go away.
And the dog.
What?
I'm trying to get to this thing, and the dog's right here, so every time I try to hit E to pick it up, I just pet the dog.
I mean, we do love petting the dog, but...
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's just not what I was trying to do.
Yeah. It's not quite what you want. Maybe something like this. Will this do? Perhaps. It's not the prettiest roof, but I mean, it's supposed to be a grass roof. I mean, it's supposed to be a hill. So, like, what do people expect? Perfection? I think not. I highly doubt it. Let's see. guys. Is this... I cannot say it. Like that. Yes. Like that. Meh. Focus, focus. Hyper focus? Yes. Yes. Good thing gravity doesn't exist in this game. I'd be
Agreed.
so screwed if it did. Look! Tunnel! Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel. No! Why are you being terrible?
Big door. That's not what I thought. Yeah.
Alright, I think I have to give it a little bit more love here. Little angle. Little angle. Okay, it's happier? Happier? Yeah. A little weird bump, but it's fine. Okay, let's focus on getting this bottom, since they should all kind of group up towards this point. Theoretically. Theoretically, that is true. Okay. Yes. Yes. I know it looks weird, guys. It's a work in progress. I hope you're aware. I hope you just... Sometimes you just trust the process. This is the process. The process looks weird, but the process is correct, okay? The process does things. Ah, look! Look! Ah, it's happening. It's happening! That's our cherry. Come on. Did I do it quite a little well? Yes. Okay. No, wrong. Incorrect. Placed slightly incorrectly. We do it until it meets up, because there's no windows on this side. So that's just what we do. Yes. Yes. And if there's little divots and imperfections, it's really fine. Because it's fine. But if we wanted to have a secret tunnel, guys, now's the time. Look at the secret tunnel. It's glorious. No! That was not quite right. No. Do it. No! What's wrong? Alright. Can I just fix it by putting one in there? Okay, yes. Yes, I can. Okay. So we might have to adjust this a little bit so that it meets up, but that's fine. Ah. Alright. A little bit of a divot, but we like the aesthetic. Yes. Yes, excellent, excellent. Good, good, good. No, wrong. There we go. No. Alright. Okay. Little divot here, little issues here and there, but nothing we cannot resolve. better. It looks natural that there's, like, issues. Like, no hill is perfectly, like, sloped, you know? Oh, my computer's not plugged in. Give me a second. I always do this. I always forget that my laptop is not plugged in, and that's what I read chat on. And I'm gonna lose you guys if I don't plug it in. I'm just chatting to myself into the void. Which I do anyway. I don't... This is... It's kind of why my husband suggested I try streaming. He's like, you already talk into the void. What's the difference? I'm like, then they'll talk back. And he's like, yeah. Then you won't be quite so insane. And... I don't know if he's wrong. That's probably not incorrect. If we bring this up and just go into the mountain this way, is that weird? I'm not sure. I think it's fine. No, it's fine. Okay. Let me just fill this in or slope it down the other way. So we can do a nice slow gradual back up. This was just a peak. It happens sometimes. Hills have peaks. They are hills. There's a gap. Haha! Mind the gap. That looks weird. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, dang it. Alright, more angling. Now I'm fixing issues that weren't there before. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. I think that feels okay. Minus these minor issues of having gaps inside. A couple of gaps. I don't want people to fall into the gaps. It would be bad. Let's not have any falling into random gaps in the world. Okay. Yeah, like that. Okay. This is nice. This is nice. Okay, how do we feel this? Just put rock. I think we just kind of fill it. I think we just fill. Is that correct? And it just be like a rock wall here? Or... It kind of feels like it could work. If chat has opinions, they are welcome to share them. I won't always take advice. You're just welcome to share opinions. If you don't have opinions, it's also fine. I also ask into the void all the time. It is what it is. I like how that has like a little bit of flavor. Okay. I think I like that. I think I like it. this little rock feature. I think we're gonna ease it into feeling more natural with some more rocky, like little indents. That's maybe too big. Yeah. Just on the phone with the Void, and they said it looks awesome. Excellent. My Void's not in here, so I can't ask him. I ask him all the time. He just doesn't always answer. He's sometimes sleeping, you know?
Yeah, my Void does that a lot too.
I ask him to the Void, and then he's sleeping. You know, he's busy. Busy being a Void. So I appreciate that it looks good to your Void. To the Void that was on the phone. Appreciate that. I think I'm somewhat okay with this chaos, honestly. Because look at how cute that looks. It's just a little rocky, but like, that's fine. I can't fix the grassy side of this. I can't put just... Ooh, I could go get the decorating thing and put like flowers and stuff there. Like, that's possible. That's an option. Okay, alright. I think I got the roof, guys. That's huge, actually. That's huge. Huge. I'm okay with it looking rough. In most areas. I'm okay with that. Because it's supposed to be dug into a hill. So, like, honestly, what do you expect? Okay, I'm gonna take some of this stuff back because I don't need it all. Leave this here because that's something we build with here. I don't know if other people were using all of these things. I think not. So I'll take this stuff back, and then if they need it, it'll all be at the main base. Okay.
Oh, I forgot to mention, over in the drop boxes, there's a box, this bottom one here, that has a bunch of stuff from when I was trying to farm this armor.
Oh.
So...
I see. So if anything's good...
There might be some goodies in there for ya.
Alright. I approve of goodies.
My husband had some of the pieces of the armor, so he gave them to me.
Some of these ones are lovely. Gemini ring. Cute. Life leech is nice. That's probably one Waffles might want. I'm not sure. Ring of the Ancients. That's a cool one. That's really cool. I don't know if I have room for that ring, but it looks cool as heck. I kind of want to put it in my inventory just to see it. Superior Ring of Mana. I'm not sure if I already have one of those. I might. Spellbinder Boots. Ooh, I don't think I have those. Shroud, Crafted Hammer. I'm not doing hammers. Okay, I think my wands are a little bit better, so this is good. This is an improvement. I'll put this up here. Alright, I need to drop off in my drop chest here. These drop chests. Let's put them in here, because I don't think we're going to need to pull any of these things. Blocks. We'll put decor things. I'll pull this down. Oh, I'm gonna put this someplace. It's okay. I know it exists. I just have to. I could go put it. It's a trophy head of the dragon. That I want to find a place for it, but I'm not sure I'm gonna. I should go back and do it now before I completely forget. See if there's a good spot for it. If there's not, then we'll build something else for it. because I won't forget. I say I won't forget, and I totally will. Just will pay attention. Okay. Does it make sense in Hobbiton? No. Would Bilbo totally have a little room with this in it? Yes. like yes, he totally would. Okay.
100%.
All right. This would be hidden in like his wine cellar, or some shit. Okay. It's behind everything, going, ah, look what I have. Oh yeah, that's totally gonna be in the secret area. It's totally gonna be in the secret area. Okay. Why am I stuck? Why am I stuck? Zoom. So stuck. Okay. Oh no. And no, I have. Get away. Get out of my house. Thank you. The walls will fix themselves. Don't worry, guys. They do. They fix. I can't put him on this wall because it's not flat. Okay. This would also scare intruders, which he would approve of. Like, scaring the intruders, that would be like total value, right? Ah! Encourage you there. I think it's too much space, but I like it. He totally would. He totally would. This is gonna be like a secret bookcase entrance and stuff, so like definitely he totally would. Like, you know that dragon we killed? Yeah, I totally put that on my wall. I would believe it. We will be decorating. I don't know about today. We'll see. We'll be decorating. The decorating is going to take me longer than the building, most likely. Anybody who knows me for my building knows this to be true. But it's the best part. Decorating. We have some more things to unlock, too, because I really love some of the northern things. Alright, I need to empty the rest of my inventory, and then I'm ready to go do some grinding and getting some things. We need the talents, the saffron, and some northern trees, granite. We need resin, we need iron, we need shroud adhesive.
Shroud adhesive, we're good.
Oh, we got that.
Can grow it.
Make it now? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, did I leave some grown? Because I was growing it.
You might have.
But I wanted, yeah, if you go look at the garden back there, you'll see it. It cracks me up.
I want to see this shroud adhesive. Oh my god. It's just waving
I feel like
around.
You could use that in like some creative ways in
What
like
could
a
we
build.
do for a build? You know, it'd be really cool is to make like a moat like this.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I cannot wait till we can build with water.
Me too, honestly. But like you could build a base with this as the like moat in between. Like it looks creepy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I wish, and maybe there is. I want a creative build mode that you can go into, that you can access on a normal build, right? Like just like not a cheats, but like a kind of like cheats, just to get building materials for special builds. I want to be able to enter it. Maybe you need special permissions or whatever, just like in 70s or something. But I want to access things like being able to place down like spawners for certain creatures, or you know, some of the they've given us a lot of the building materials that they build with to make buildings. That's awesome. But I would love to be able to have some of the other components, not to cheat with, just to have them be a part of builds because they're so cool.
Mm.
Okay, their shroud adhesive does look really weird though. It's so odd. Okay. Hi! Somebody just said hi to me. I just yawned. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, I already have a Ring of Burning Light, which I do love. And I have... Wait. I need the Ring of Burning Light. It's very helpful. Superior Ring of Mana. Okay, so I don't need the Superior Ring of Mana. So then I would have to choose between that and the Ring of the Ancients. I think the Superior Ring of Mana makes more sense for my character, unfortunately. Alright, so we're gonna go with it. At least I already have one of them. And then this one, equip. Oh yeah, these are better. Okay, sweet. Alright. Put these eggs in here. Put some of these legendary runes in here. Sort this. Eat that because why not? And then okay, organize. Just a little bit, gotta organize, and I totally need to make some stuff. Sir! Sir! Hello. I need to speak to you apparently. You have an exclamation point. You got some jobs for me? Wait.
They were one of the newbies.
Nice, that we never placed down. Darn man. You kind of look like you might fit in at the other village, sir. I don't know if you know that. I'm just saying you feel like you might fit in. You're giving Hobbit vibes, bro. Doesn't he? Gives Hobbit vibes. We already have a farmer here, so like, Hobbit. Are you giving Hobbit vibes? You could be. You could be. You could be a Hobbit.
You want to see the other people that we haven't put down yet?
Yeah, maybe.
I can.
Finish working, Harry. Good job. Good job. Good for you. They don't have to be especially sure, but we do.
Hello.
So,
Okay,
Lady Claire.
let's see. I'm just gonna. Oh, hitting the wrong buttons over here.
Bye.
Just pick these people up, place them down. Alright, I should probably make a little list of the ones who should live at the other village and just, like, make a little list. So we want
Why is
Carpenter.
that this-
Carpenter. And then, who else did I see
Did
that
my
looked
game
like the
freeze?
vibe? Oh no. Oh no. Hi, Jinxie.
Shouty, you a full stack of waffle cakes.
Hi,
You gotta pour some syrup on that ass.
Nope. Nope, didn't.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Maybe it just takes a minute.
Yeah, it just got mad.
Oh, hi, sir. Are you Hobbit vibes? No, you're totally not. But why can't I speak to you? Why are you broken? Here we go.
Huh. See you.
Okay, not you.
It's taken me like forever
It's
trying to put down these
really
people.
weird, huh? So maybe Hannah Reed.
Hello.
Okay.
Alright. Hannah Reed could be a thing. Remote, no. He's not giving Hobbit vibes. She for sure is not giving Hobbit vibes.
What about this? He's sleeping on the floor. Don't do that. I have beds.
I have beds for you, I swear.
I just have to assign you.
It's not that late yet, my goodness.
Okay, maybe I don't have a bed for you.
Oh, whoopsie. Well, he's sleeping out there for now. It's fine.
I'm just gonna assign him to beds in here, cause we don't need all of them.
Does he not have a name? What's his name? Why can't I know his name? Fenrig? Fenrig, right? I think it's Fenrig. Can I not see his equipment? Fenrig, right? I think it's Fenrig. The second farmer. Okay, he deserves like a little hobbit farm. I feel like he would vibe. He would vibe. We need to build the people their perfect homes. Hey, why do you have question marks after I've already spoken to you? Pretty sure I already got that quest, but thank you.
I gave people some the beds, and so they should be good now.
Maybe that's why. Look at all these quests they're unlocking.
Yeah, I've got exclamation points over everybody.
Hello. Is it me you're looking for?
Is it me you're looking for? Hello? 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 I'm gonna wake everybody up as I'm looking to see if you're gonna fit my vibes, okay? No. You're already coming. Nobody lives here. Except they do. They just... Oh, I like how you put the Reed people together. Marion and Hannah are together. So sweet. Ah, so sweet. Hey, what's up? You're the other carpenter, right? Yes, I can't take you away, even though you look great. You would vibe, but you gotta... We need a carpenter here. You can't not have a carpenter. Oh. We can't not have one. Tis not a choice, huh? Tis not a choice. Oi! Why are you awake? I don't know. I woke you up for like a second. You could have gone back to bed. It's not my fault you felt the urge to wake up fully.
Yeah, after watching some building videos, I want to make everybody their own little, like, space.
Yeah,
But it would
they're
be
fun.
so much taking stuff down.
We could just build other villages, you know that?
Yeah, that's true.
Or they could all move to Hobbiton, and this could be our storage area. Like, but then it doesn't make
Right.
sense for, like, crafting things. That's the only problem.
Yeah. I kind of want to redo, like, my giant build over here for the it doesn't fit in with everything
It
else,
does
but that's
not,
okay.
but it's fine.
It's
We could
just-
find another place for a museum and just place it.
Yeah,
And find the...
that's
the
kind of
right
what I was thinking is
place.
maybe finding a different thing that will fit in more with, and then I could build.
What about a
like-
big mountain base? Because we're gonna want a big mountain base, and I wanted to
Yeah.
do a mountain base. So maybe when we get to the mountains, we do a really big build
Yeah.
project. Because I think
And then
that
I'll
would
just
fit.
take. It wouldn't be bad to take this down,
Yeah,
and then I can still make my perch.
yeah.
I want to do. I saw somebody using the. Is it Heartwood? Oh, there's a big tree thing, and they made a tree house.
Yeah, you can totally do that. Yes, you
And
can.
I'm like, ooh.
Heartwood's
that
the
would
stuff
be
from
cool.
Blackmire. We do have a place that's
Yeah.
not too far from getting Heartwood. So if we want to do that, we can do it.
Yeah. I'm not worried about getting that today because
But it's
I'm
something
not
we can
taking
grind
down.
for. I can put it on the
Yeah.
list of like Heartwood. Because yeah, I think it's worth it. Yeah, we can do that. I think it's when we get to the cold area, that's a big build project that we're gonna want to do, and because we're gonna want a second base up there anyway.
Right.
So it just makes sense to pick a spot. So yeah, how's everyone doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm tired today. We've had a long weekend. I went to the Ren Fair yesterday, and then I had a lot of cleaning up after. Well, we're getting my father-in-law's house that was his mother's house ready to sell, and it's going through like 30 years worth of stuff that's gross and been not looked at for 30 years kind of thing. She was not like full-on hoarder necessarily, but she came from a time she grew up in World War II, like in Germany when it was hungry, and like so she threw away nothing. So there's a lot to go through. It's a project, but it's fine. We're doing it. Just tiring. Anywho's it. How's you doing, Jinxie? What you doing this weekend? Anything fun? I was gonna play some music. Vibes. Look at how cute this like doorway is. I need a picture of it. I don't want the E to close in it though. Okay, let's close the door maybe, and then yeah, look at that. We could get a lovely photo op right here. It's beautiful. I just took the picture. Look at the little gnomies. They're nice.
Thanks.
They're nice. Doing as little as possible this weekend. Got a lot coming up with doctor's appointments. That's fair enough. I have a new PCP that I have this week. I still haven't rescheduled my dental appointment. That was missed last time. Because it takes me that long to like build up the courage to do it and to... It's such a hassle. Oh, we've got saffron over here growing. Huh. Let me pick this up. Because it's ready. I'll pick up all of it. Okay. Do we have more ready? We have... shroud adhesive. We need shroud adhesive? Okay, I can give you the shroud adhesive I just got. Get that making, and then we want more... Well, that's a lot of chamomile seedlings that we've got going on there. We want more saffron seedlings. Okay. Need fertilized farm soil. We don't have any? Really? No, we don't have fertilized farm soil. Is there any in here? And we just... They're not magic chests. Regular farm soil.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
I have to make some.
fertilized.
Okay. Good morning, madam. Good morning. I would like fertilized farm soil, if you please. If you don't, please. I made 150. I hope that's enough. I kind of used a lot of nitrate for it, but that's fine. I feel like we're gonna want the saffron, so... I don't know. Maybe not. I feel like we need it for other things, though, so it's okay. You craved. You craved. You craved. Okay. I think we could waste on some of these chamomile seedlings. We for sure can do that.
I was looking at some of these other seedlings. We've got bell peppers, which I think we're good on. Corn.
I was making potions, and then what did I do? Not make a single potion.
Wheat seedlings.
We definitely need to make bread and stuff. I don't know if we have the wheat, but we should make that. If you want to plant that
Okay,
one.
I'll put some, yeah, I'll put some of those out.
Just maybe save the spot where we have to do the shroud adhesive. I don't know if it has to go on a specific plot of land or if it plants normally.
Oh, not sure. I'll just start it like...
I've got more I can put down for this, which is important for making potions. For sure. I think I didn't make them because he was already in bed, maybe, and I just didn't think about... Hello, good morning. Are you ready to make potions with me, sir? It wasn't potions I needed, actually. It was fireballs, but, you know, thank you for listening to my TED Talk anyway. I need resin. We got a little one resin, but I just made enough things. So when we're out, resin's a priority.
Yeah, I brought some the other day,
We
but
could farm that.
probably
Resin.
not a ton. Let me see where we're at in resin. Yeah, there's only 4 in here now. I had like 30. I want to get more moss too.
That's up in the
Yeah,
northern region too.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get. It's up just
Yeah,
like
the one day when I
this.
logged in, we had no regular wood whatsoever. So I started chopping, and we have some, still not a ton, but we have some.
How did we run out of that? It's amazing. It's because we use it for practically every... This is why we needed a grind day. We need to get regular wood at this point. Like, my goodness. But we might as well get, actually, resin. We can get the red tree ones, and that'll give us regular wood in that. It does give us a lot of resin as well for chopping down the northern trees. So that's something. Plan for that. Make there be room for shroud adhesive, but no, that's not what I wanted to do. There you go. Okay, there's none of that made yet, so we'll take some time. I think I'm ready to go. Hi, Jesse. Do you need love? Oh, I should check to see if there's any things that happened on the bingo, because I've been mostly building, which I believe is one already. I was complaining a little bit, I suppose. I had tech difficulties before I even started stream, so we'll count that. And then... let's see. We didn't even enter the shroud yet. We did get distracted by building things. Like, really distracted, and that's great.
No, us distracted by building?
Right.
Never would happen.
Honestly.
You know, both of us just despise building so much.
Dude, upgrades
We never build at all.
Yeah, no. We don't just sit here and just do this for funsies. I did fall in a hole of my own making. I created the hole and then I fell in it. It's nice. Cat caused trouble by trying to eat my right into your pelt here. Apparently it's a snack. We did some story time. Have I been singing a lot? Yes, because I do that. It does happen. Alright. Here we go. Called some events. And I think I'm ready to go. We need to go get Talons, which is probably the most annoying one. Because we have to go into the Shroud area for the dragons. I don't know how you feel about that.
Hey!
That's fine.
And we're working on Saffron and Shroud adhesive. We need resin so that we can take a break from stuff by going to resin and going to get like northern trees and stuff if we feel like it. Alrighty. Let's see, what's the best spot for going and getting Talons? The Ancient Spire at the Nomad Highlands, probably. Head into this Shroud from there. An easy to get out spot. See if we can see any dragons. The little baby dragon chickens. Dragon chickens.
There was a different type of bird that I saw that looked kind of like a dodo.
Yeah, those are the chickens. Those are the actual chickens. Well, they're not called that, but they should be, because they give us eggs. We can collect them. Make them our pets.
I thought it was a different one.
That was a different one from that? From the chicken
Yeah,
chickens?
I mean, I could be very, very wrong. I miss my good glider. I was playing on my higher
upgrade,
character.
I think. I don't know what it takes to upgrade, but I think we can upgrade. Whoever is renting the apartment downstairs is like sliding furniture all about. hearing it. I don't really just want to glide in there, but okay, we'll glide to this level. Let's see if we can find an entrance in that's a nice, easy path in. Bugs, no thank you. I don't support your life choices. This looks like a way in. Might want to mark it on my map so I can see where we are coming out. No, cancel. I just want like a temporary marker. Okay. There's that way. This looks like it like easy goes in, easy comes out. I don't know if there's the dragons in here.
And we can't get it from the other ones?
Oh no.
The ones outside of the
No.
road?
No.
I want the ones that weren't going to attack me until I attack it.
Vulture talent? I mean, we can try those. I don't think they give it, but we can try them. Oh, we need this stuff too, right? That's not what I wanted to do, bro. He doesn't like it. I barely touched you, man. He really don't like me.
That's poison, no.
He's hating.
Really doesn't like you.
No, he does not. He's very unsupportive of my life choices. Oh yeah, he poofs. I forgot. I'll give him a second to dissipate.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
I wish
Okay.
the green ones wouldn't run from me and they would be my friend.
Oh, there's
a jellyfish.
Do we want to get the jellyfish? Yes. With two of us, it's a lot better.
And if you start shooting them from further away, it takes them a while to get over here.
And then they don't have all their little babies.
Trying to find this armor, I think I've killed probably about 15 of them.
Caution for
easy.
the shroud, apparently. So I don't want to get that.
Oh,
Well, that's not cool.
where did it fall all the way down?
I don't know what it did.
Rude.
But now I don't remember where we came in. I had a little thing and then it disappeared.
Up this way.
Thank you. I remembered where it looked on the map. I think it's because I did a temporary waypoint and I was like... I walked by it, so therefore it went away. Cool. I still didn't see any Durgans in there. I don't know.
I can't remember where they were.
I'm very bad at remembering where they are.
Were they... I thought they were closer in, like, the
Desert.
well, desert, yeah.
Yeah, I think they are. 3 pillars of creation, not Croatia. That's different. I'll go to this home and see if this works. Let's see if it works. See if it's a thing. This is not, I think, what we want. And it's also getting late, so before we go
I'm
into
gonna
the shroud,
teleport home for a moment.
to sleep.
I gotta go check on my cat. I'll be right back.
Kate causing trouble over at ours. Oh my gosh, I just realized we're at 1,800 followers. Even. Like, not like one more, just even. So cool. It's not even dark here. We'll just relax. We'll wait for Owlie. We'll just take a little nap. And if the night comes, we'll just speed it along. Get some resting in, you know? A healthy nap. I don't really nap very much. This week I did take a nap at one point, and it turns into like 4-hour naps. That's how I nap, guys. It's not ideal. It's not good. It's called sleeping. Okay. Do you want to find where the big... Well, actually, you know what? Well, actually... Vulture Talons. Vulture Talons Enshrouded. Let's see. Enshrouded Vulture Nest locations. Drops 3 to 6 talons each. Oh. They are the ones that drop the talons you need near the Ancient Spire and the Kindle Wastes. Okay. I'm seeing it. Okay. Map. Kindle Wastes. Kindle Wastes. There's the Ancient Spire and the Kindle Wastes. Did we not find it yet? Oh, maybe we haven't found it yet, guys. I bet you it's over here. Maybe that's why we're not as easy to get them. Maybe that's something we should do. Hold on. This is the northern area. I wonder if that's... Yeah, let's just go visit. Try playing my high-level character and I'm so lost in this game. In Enshrouded? Because of all the new things that were added? Oh, it's because I'm sleeping. It's not letting me go. Just let myself sleep. I don't sleep much at night, Sally, so I try to make up for that with naps when I need them. Fair enough. The other day when I was like that tired, I did let myself sleep. I did let myself do it. Because... yeah. Like, I think this is the direction that we kind of want to be going, but I don't know... I came without Owlie, so we're just gonna go right through and pretend nothing's wrong, even though I totally know there's a big boss over here. We're gonna just kind of go through and hope that that's fine. Right? We're not trying to upset them, we're just going. Enshrouded, last time I played with Prime and Owlie. Okay, that's been a while, because Prime has not played in a hot second. And I don't think he ever beat the big dragon boss either. I don't think he ever did any of that. They added so much stuff. Yo. Ow. They added it, there's been like 3 updates since that, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure, and they're big updates. So yeah, you're missing a lot. There's a massive dragon that's very difficult to beat. Very difficult to beat. I don't think Prime ever got to that. I'm not sure he even touched all the biomes. I don't think he's been to the winter biome. I don't think he's been there. Could be wrong. I don't think so. That is a new bird. Hello, bird. You're new. You're new. Do I have any bird bait? No. Can I kill you so that I can figure out how to eat you? How to make you my friend? I have to do something to learn how to do this. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. I know this is not how one normally makes friends, but I need other friends. Not you in particular, other friends, huh? Other dodos. Hello. What do you have for me? Just bird meat. Okay. I need to go talk to the farmer about you and see if she can give me some pointers about being friends with you. Ooh, there's a bauble. I want to go touch it. Oh dear. Double raid. Welcome, raiders. We're together because we play together. Glorious. Welcome in, everybody. How was your Enshrouded? What were you up to? Just discovered the new bird in the Kindleways. It's glorious. Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm wearing my cosplay from going to words. The Ren Fair yesterday, because I really like it. It's cozy, but it also kind of fits the character as we're gonna be going into the winter biome, and I'm so excited. Can't wait for the winter outfits, and it kind of looks like it. So, hi. So I don't wear this every day. Andrea Lurks, thank you. Francesco is being indoctrinated into the ways of the Enshrouded. Thebia lured Francesca into playing with her. Ah, you're being indoctrinated into the ways of the Enshrouded. It's an addiction. Welcome. I would go show off my Hobbiton build that I'm currently working on. My building addiction is real in this game. I've made Baba Yaga's hut, which was on a different build, unfortunately, so I can't show that one off. And a couple other things like that. It's very fun. Made a heart. I do have them on YouTube, but I made like a heart shape out of things just because for Valentine's Day. Yeah, so massive. It was huge. I love building in this game. I'm trying to teach her the way exactly. I saw the bird you were talking about, by the way. It's very cute. I killed it. Sparkly weapon, yes. Okay. Sparkles.
Where did you go?
I went this way because I think we need to get the birds in this area. This is the Kindleways, and we haven't explored too much, and we don't have a lot of we don't have the tower unlocked up here, and I think we need to be near the tower. I can ping where I'm at.
Please ping. Oh, I see you now. There's a cluster of question marks, and it's darkened for me, so that's
gonna go get food and come back to hang out. Sounds great. Thank you for your lurk. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for the raids, the double raids, all the fun. If you need to go take care of yourself, that goes for everybody just watching too. Please do. I appreciate anybody who comes to hang out, but you know, it's cool. And we're doing some grinding today. We need to get some talons in order to upgrade our altar. So we need to do some of that. There's a dragon. We need to get just lots of stuff, you know, it just be like that sometimes. And here we are. I missed? Like a nip. Oh my god, I missed twice. These damn big chickens, man. The damn big chickens are pain. Hi, can you come visit me, please? Big chicken. You don't have talons? No, you don't. These are just the shroud ones. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Ooh. I know there's a spire somewhere that we haven't done. I don't remember where it is exactly. Hello, cacti. It's like a thing.
Yeah, I know there's one somewhere. Like,
I
don't know,
found
is
it.
it
I found it.
okay.
I seize it. I'm climbing to the top of a tower. I went to the wrong side of the tower to do that. Apparently. No, don't jump off there, Kazuna. My God, we're like, we're.
I had
over here.
a really fun protector the other day.
Was it a
It
chicken?
was a giant tarantula.
Oh, sounds nice. I don't like that. Mildly uncomfortable. I have a sneaking suspicion that I can't make that. And I should take the safe route and go like that way. You see that? Right over there? See that little land
What?
bridge? That's probably the way I'm supposed to go. But part of me wants to do this anyway. Oh, and there's a bed downstairs. Hold on. Please hold. Ow. Oh, it's not a real bed. Dang it. It's fake. Okay. So, I'll go back up there.
I was trying to get one of the orange dragony birds
Whatever.
to be my guardian, but I couldn't reach him.
Dang it. Okay, got up. What an awkward component there. I don't know. I don't know if I can make it from here. I do have the updraft. I don't know. Possibly. Probably? Maybe? Risky. I did touch a bauble not too long ago. You know...
I don't really know where you are.
I'm making mistakes is where I'm at.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna crash land here. That seems mildly like a smarter decision. Okay. This is stupid. As long as we're aware.
Okay, I found the end of the early access area,
Oh.
so that's not the way I needed to go. I swear this map was showing me the opposite way.
Sometimes I do that. I feel like... Okay. This is... Oh dear. Oh dear. I made mistakes and I'm afraid of jumping into the shroud and then having to remake those mistakes. I don't want to go down there. I want to go up there. How do I get over there? This way. It's cheating! I'm gonna try to do the puzzle on this one and then on the tower and get you up here, you know? That's the idea.
I'm about 300 away from you right now.
Okay. I feel like going this way might be the way. It's to the left of me, I do know that. There's a village here. I don't really want to deal with the village. Am I at a good level for this? No. Wait. Oh no, it's this way. It's to the right. Bye, scavenger camp. Bye. Wait to use updraft till later. You fall more after the updraft. Do you? You're probably right. That does kind of make sense from what I've been experiencing. It's like wait on it. Solid advice. Solid advice. How does one get up there? It looks like I go around, but I don't know. I would feel like I should follow the path, but also the path is creepy. Yumi! Suck, Yumi. Oh gosh. Oh god. I don't want to deal with you. You're not nice.
Hannah. My back's still bothering me, but it's better than it's been.
That's good. Progress, I suppose. Sorry, you're still dealing with it. Aha, I found the entrance. Okay, we're gonna unlock this. Hopefully I don't die. Well, I mean I can die because there's a bobble here, so that's fine. There's chickens! Big chickens outside guarding the entrance.
I found Rose Shell Barrow.
Ignore the chickens, ignore the chickens, ignore the chickens. Touch the bubble, ignore the chickens. They didn't attack me, this is good.
If I was close enough, the chickens wouldn't bother you.
It's okay, they didn't bother me anyway.
Okay,
Everything's fine. I just gotta go do these puzzles real fast.
I feel like they've fixed or improved the guarding factor for the animals and stuff. I had a Vuka follow me, like really far, and protect me.
That's nice. Like really far,
That's
huh?
nice.
And their healers healed me too,
That's really
which
nice.
I thought was very interesting. I don't want to go
Why
on the
did it
shroud.
let me pass over there, but there was nothing there? This just feels suspicious. Why? Could have just fallen down. This is the lock. This one's locked because I need one thing. Where though? Ooh. Okay. Those two entrances locked. There is something I'm missing. Right there. Really? Thank you. Like, what did I do wrong? Jumping in here like I've never done this before, like I don't know better. Okay. Eat some real food, girl. Eat a snack. Okay, you'll feel better after a snack. Okay, touch a button. Next. Oh, paper. Take that. I touch the button. I go back. God damn my timing. It's absolutely gloriously bad. Okay. Ta-da! This room? No, we came through this way. Is there another door? Maybe. Over here. Yes. That's the one. Okay, second level. Let's go. Second level. Let's do it. Smash that one. Yep. I don't know how many we need, but... Okay, got one. Is this the door? Okay. Great. Cannot get it. Can I get through the door? That'd be funny if it wasn't solid. It is solid. Okay. What do you need from me, huh? One. You need two. Okay. Okay. Okay, one. And then we'll get the door number one. No, of course not. Oh, can I go up and over it? Yeah, up and over it? Hmm? Can I just hit it from here? Excellent. Is there something worth traveling over here for? Absolutely not. There is not. Okay, touch the button. Second puzzle room. Open. Ugh. And I go into the fire like a dang noob. People who don't know, I'm terrible at platforming. Absolute garbage. Okay. welcome to my problems here. Okay, here we go. Rest. Yay! Next level. Okay. Excellent. Your fireballs. What's over here? Anything
I feel like
fun?
by the time I parkour over to you where you are, you're gonna have it done.
Yes, and then you could just fly. Okay,
Yeah.
this is where I was. Okay, so right? Or did I cheat? Let me just see. I think. Oh, I just cheated. Everything's fine. I didn't think I was supposed to do it quite that way, but I did it. You can come now.
Yeah, I'm right outside now. I knew it. I knew as soon as I got to where I was like right there.
Welcome.
But I did it.
You did it. And now it's nighttime, so we should go home.
Right.
Okay, so apparently the birdies that we need are in like this area. There's also cat, giants, hearts of iron, and question marks, and oasis question mark, Roblox, obelisk, cosmetic hunter items. So you know, stuff, things.
Okay.
Alright. We don't have to do all the quests, but I think getting the talons is up in that area makes some sort of sense. Maybe? It can also be north of us. I'm not 100% sure. But that's what it says kind of online when I did a little look-see. I'm gonna go home. Sleep. Mimi now can come join us, which is nice if he wants to.
Yeah, I'm planting chamomile, more chamomile before I go.
Okay. I did a little bit of that.
Yeah, I saw that.
We
I
made
harvested
some shroud adhesive seedlings as well. I don't know how many we made.
it. I
but we
just
made
planted
some.
it too.
Okay, good. Here, I'm gonna steal your bed. Excuse me. You're like your bag. You could use one of those. It's nice. This is
I
kind
didn't
of.
realize I had shaders to do, so it's downloading in the background.
Ma'am, I like your outfit for like the Ren Fair. Thanks. I like Ren Fair outfits, and I kind of wish that was like a normal society thing to just wear those all the time. Like, I want to just show up to work calls like in a Ren Fair outfit. I feel like it would be a vibe. How
wow.
inappropriate would it be?
The adhesive grew already. Wow.
Yeah.
How
It grows fast.
They're wiggling.
Lovely.
Look at that.
Yeah, they're creepy.
I
was
want to
saying-
use them in a build.
Yeah, I was saying we should make them into like a moat or something because they're creepy. And they're cool. Okay. I'm shroud
We're gonna need more
fatigued.
wheat.
I'm shroud fatigued. No wonder I was getting so done with it quickly. I think I need to take a med for that. Crafting? Is it the Fell Curse? No. What is shroud fatigue? I don't remember anymore. Status.
Wow, you got
by
an
using
hour?
shroud magic, your time in the shroud is reduced by 5 minutes. Oh, it's my staff. Oh.
Do we have any potions that can like counter that?
I don't know. I don't see any.
We have
It
the
doesn't say
Shroud
anything.
Survival Flask.
Maybe
Plus 4
that.
minutes.
But it says vaporous stuff. It says poison damage, mana leech, precise. It doesn't say anything. It's earth spells, I think. Equip spell chart. It's not. What did I do that caused that? Maybe it was the lightning strike that I did kind of on accident. Maybe that one is a shroud spell? Okay, well, I can't go in the shroud for a hot second, but that's fine. It's just for an hour and 31 minutes in game. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I'm like, holy crap.
That's some time. To use one spell one time to get punished like that is crazy. Am I using a different staff and don't realize it? No, that's the one that's equipped. I don't understand, but apparently I need to take all the shroud potions to go into the shroud, so...
Numic, in the storage boxes, there's one that's like, it's underneath the, what is it? Torch. It has a bunch of like higher level stuff. If there's anything in there you want, I was farming the armor I want, and I found everything except for the armor pieces. My husband gave me the 2 he had, so now I still need the pants, and I think it's the pants and the gloves.
I tried an antidote. It didn't work. I thought it wasn't only for poisoning, which it is, but I thought I'd try. It didn't specify. I'll take the Greater Shroud Survival Flasks, because it gives 4 minutes instead. I don't think they stack. We'll take these. We'll take these as well. Okay.
I had made 600 chamomile seeds, so.
Take these with us, because they're good to have. Drop off
I know we need them.
things. Okay, I see. I don't know why. Lightning channel. I used the lightning channel. That's not a... Oh, did I accidentally do the shroud meteor? Yeah, it causes shroud fatigue. We're getting rid of that. I don't like that at all.
Sorry, I'm having a brat summer.
Oh my gosh, Brat, welcome in. Okay. I'm a little annoyed at that one, but that's okay. We'll be fine.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, apparently it was that spell. I didn't realize I had that spell on me, and so therefore we made mistakes. It was gross. Okay. But it's fine. We live, we learn. And I don't have anything like that. Ooh. Yay. Let's use that. Jump for joy. Call it a day. Alright. I guess I'm ready to go. I got my Shroud Survival stuff now. Okay. Here we go.
Drink or perish, coward.
I can hydrate. That sounds good. Appreciate you. How did you know I was thirsty? I think it's gonna be in this direction. Who did it? Who did it? Cops are looking for... It was Jinxie. Jinxie, stop it. Stop causing all the trouble. Knowing this area, it's actually probably... I went back to the same area. I don't know.
Yeah, where did you want to go from there?
I wanted to go somewhere in this direction, kind of.
Okay.
But it's very shroud, and so I think we want to find an easier way in and just dive for it, because that's kind of foolish. I don't know if there's an easy way into the shroud. I don't know.
Well, there's a little, like, city over to the west. We could go that way, and usually
A city means
in
there's
there,
a way
you
in.
can see one that's partially in the shroud, and then there's the one outside of the shroud.
So it probably has an entranceway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got landings in the middle, so worst case we can probably land there. Provided we do a good job.
I just took off, so.
Let's find him. Going. Can't stop, won't stop.
No, don't go up. Or down, I mean.
Whee!
There's a bobble.
I like baubles. Where? Oh, I see it. There's scorpions too. Thankfully,
They won't bother you.
they are friends with you. Are the chickens your friends?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if those chickens have not been giving me I say chickens because I'm so used to calling them chickens. They're not chickens, but whatever. They have not been giving me when I killed one.
If you see a scorpion following, I made him.
It's a friend. Okay.
Yes. It's
We
an
already cleared
interesting
this.
little
It just
area.
has like gardens and stuff, I think. But it's intriguing. How did the people get in here? What did they do to... How is the entrance? This is the entrance, okay. Hello? Anything fun in here? Oh, a maze is what's in here. Oh, well. Just well, that's lovely, actually. And a basement. These people did not believe in the light of the day. Okay. Ooh, yellow cloth. Hello. Shiny chest. Oh, there's a bow and a ring. Ooh, a trader's bow. There you go.
Thanks.
Ooh, this might be good for Numi. See if he likes it.
It's your favorite stuff, Luna.
Is it? I don't want that. I don't even want that as an option. Trash. Absolute trash is what that is.
I did give you a shroud thing too, though.
Okay. Before we go into the shroud, I need to remember to take my potion, which we know how good I am about remembering things. So this is, I'm sure, gonna go great. Okay, got some arrows that I can give up. When Allie's closer, there she is. Okay. Hello, welcome home.
I heard you were bragging about how good you are with memory.
Yes, super good.
Did you tell them about the story of the accident and how you couldn't remember the exit 4 times?
Oh yeah, there was an accident. I had to report it on to the police and whatever because I witnessed it, whatever. And I could not remember the location. He's told me the location. I call and immediately forget. And then I ask him again with it on there, and they had me like talk to another person and immediately forget again when I had to report it. So yeah, it was fun.
I was doing like some medical stuff for my eye drops, and the lady asked my zip code, and my mind went blank.
Yep,
No idea.
can't.
Could not tell you.
no idea where
And
I
I
live,
was like,
ma'am.
because you asked, I don't know. And she started laughing at me.
I mean, it's
I'm
kind of how it
guessing I'm not
works.
the first person with that kind of situation.
Cute little bedroom. This area's kind of cute, but it's not very useful. They had a couple chests. That's kind of it. It's a vibe though. It's cute. I like it. It would make a fun base.
Yeah. Well, my poor scorpions over there, not knowing what to do.
Like, we're supposed to be attacking, but we're not doing it. I don't understand.
I thought you were gonna kill him. I got a little upset.
I was trying to get him out. There you go.
Thanks.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna head towards the area I had written. I don't know if that's good.
Come
Oh,
on,
what's
little
this?
buddy.
Just nothing. I just went around in a circle.
Go
Good.
stop.
Nice. I love that.
Aw.
He's stuck?
I can tell him to stop guarding, and then he'll just make his way out eventually. There you go.
Hey, buddy. Not too well.
Yeah, he'll get out eventually.
Right. I'm supposed to go this way, maybe? I might make friends with things that are not friends. Hey, Neil. Neil. If you're gonna play something,
I'm going outside, so.
Oh, okay. That's the door then. Doesn't have to be always good. Can you stop being annoying? You're driving me crazy.
I get a new scorpion friend.
Yeah, you can have another.
Come on, buddy.
That's cute what you're wearing, Karuna.
Oh yeah, this is my. Thank you, Jinxie. This is part of my Yep, words.
You
Viking
wanna
slash
see-
barbarian cosplay for whatever
I
purpose I,
found a
want,
dude.
but
I'm gonna
mostly Red
take my
Fairies.
scorpions.
Okay. Sounds good. But I finally found like the undershirt that I really like, and so I wore it for that. But then, because it's really cute,
That
and I can
works
wear
too.
it normally. And then,
Numi, you're one of my scorpions now.
oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
What's this? Oh, it's just like sulfur. And so yeah, I got it and was showing it off earlier, and it's a little warm right now. I might have to switch to just the under part, but it's really cute. I really love it, so it's fine. My cats really love this part, which, you know, it's because it's reindeer, so they think it's great. I guess this is an easy way into the shroud, and I think I see some shroud stuff. Do I see shroud chickens? We will take this off for now. Oh, I forgot my headphones are not my normal ones. Give me a sec.
I don't know if
I don't
my
want to put this on
scorpion
the
will
bed though,
follow.
because the cats will go
He's
crazy.
here.
So we'll put it off
I
the
meant
side
into the
here.
shroud.
Hopefully cats leave it alone.
Yes. He's coming.
Okay.
Yeah. But the undershirt that I found is so cute.
Oh, back
So
out of the shroud.
comfy. And I love it.
Ow, he's attacking me now! I didn't do anything!
Oh, I got too far. I bet you.
Yep. I think that might be the case.
Poisoned me.
He likes you. Okay, we're looking for big chickens, Yumi.
Okay.
Shroud chickens, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I just got murdered.
From
Okay,
what?
okay.
What did? How did you just die?
I have no idea.
Was
like,
it the guy? The
The armadillo.
armadillo duty?
yeah.
Hold on, I'm coming.
I guess we can kill him.
He's killing the scorpion. I got your Ollie run.
I wasn't even doing anything.
I thought they didn't attack unless you attacked them first, but
Unless my scorpion hit him because
oh, could be. I
something.
didn't mean to drink that, but I guess we needed to drink it anyway, so it's fine. It's okay, we'll get glands and whatnot. Get some good snacks. The scorpion meat, or the armadillo meat's great.
my poor scorpions.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. That's okay.
So we only have a general idea of like where to go. It's somewhere in this shroud is where we need to be. So you can tame them out. Yeah, you can, House. Yeah, yeah. You definitely can tame them. I didn't bring the stuff to tame them, so wasn't an option. But their food is great. You definitely want to tame a few in order to make the cool stuff. What is that glowing stuff? Have we gotten that?
That's the shroud sand.
Okay, okay.
I think we can make it as well.
I think so too.
Yeah. It's harder to make though. We need nitrate.
There's like easy ways to fall in the shroud in here. It's very gappy.
Hmm.
Careful. Mind the gap.
Are we
Yeah,
going in
kinda-
the shroud or no?
I think we have to kill the stuff in the shroud, but there's no easy way in and out. That's the problem. Ooh,
Oh.
cat! I do have cat food, guys. I do have cat food, and I just got the quest for cat. So I might need to
Because
do
I
it.
followed the path down.
Oh, there was a path down.
Yeah.
Was there any dragons?
No.
Tasty treats? Are we
I
the
got-
tasty
We're the
treats?
tasty treats in this scenario.
Yes, we're the
No,
tasty
it's
treats.
not.
They're gonna
I
take us
see
out
our
into the open
friends.
ocean. They're gonna have their way with us, Mac. We gotta get the hell out of here.
You want me to give them treats? Cat food? Mm.
Ooh, on a fun roof.
Okay, okay, okay. Are they shooting at me up here? Can I be safe right here for a second to give treats, huh? Yeah? Can I be safe for a second? Questionable. Do the kitties like treats? Oh no, they're unconscious. They don't like treats. I don't think they know what treats are. No? No treats? Oh. Oh, you like treats too? Oh. Get your claws off my new shirt. There you go. There you go. There's your treat. Would you like your treat? Don't break it into pieces by moving it. You think you should have another treat? You think so? Yeah, we better put the treats away if they're unconscious. Yeah, that would be very sad if they were awoken for treats, right? That would be something they would hate. They would definitely not want that. Hey, don't be rude. You don't get more. Okay. What are you guys fighting? Any chickens? Or just dudes that are 23?
Fighting a couple of dudes.
Yeah, they're a little spicy. I don't know where the kitty is, but I want to know. This dude's nearly dead. He died. Congratulations, me. Spicy man. Okay, hello. I haven't eaten in a second. Oh my god, I almost fell off this porch. Porch? It's not a porch. It's the word that came to mind, but it's not a porch. Oh, edges. Edges are dangerous.
Get him, Spidey. Get him.
I'm sorry, I accidentally hit your spider.
That's okay. He's probably gonna die anyway. It's the only thing that, like, with some of the spiders is they die really quick. Now the giant tarantula, he fought.
He was amazing.
Yeah, he followed me for a long time. Oh, here comes the poison spider. Watch out, Numi.
Okay.
Is he your friend or no?
He should be my friend.
Oh, he's
but-
not anymore because I actually hit him when I'm trying to hit the guy for you. I'm sorry. In advance. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just hope now not all the spiders are gonna be mad at me.
Right. I hope so. I hope that's not the case. If we see where the cat is, let me know, because I have cat powers. I have cat food, you know? Oh. Numi's making a friend. Bully! Oh, chest! Pants? Spellbinder pants. I think I might need these pants. This man. Okay. Looking for a kitty. Looking for a kitty. Somewhere around here. Cat. I don't know where.
I found the kitty.
Where? What?
Do you see where I'm at?
Hold on. Not yet at the moment. No. Here's something mad. There you are. He's mad at you. Hello? Is anybody home? Besides Allie?
It's up here on the roof-ish
Stairs?
area.
Figured there had to be stairs. And there are.
Yeah, go. You have to, if you go up there, that's cat's over here.
Oh, there's
Inside that building.
Okay. Alright. I crouch. I get my cat food from my pocket. Okay. Okay. Cats are very difficult to tame, everybody. Cats are very difficult to tame.
I don't know if it's still in there.
Kitty.
Yep.
Where?
I see it.
I see it too. It's in the wall. Okay. Tricky. Tricky. I know you're excited to see me. That's why you have this exclamation point. But go a different way.
You said it was in the wall.
Yeah, I'm in the wall. Can you scare away? So you're not in the wall, buddy? Huh? No? Okay.
There, he got out.
Okay, great.
He just went over the edge a little.
Oh dear. Cat's trying to kill himself. Where are you going? Yo. Oh no, I just tossed treats over. Cat. Cat, this is not... This feels like real life. My cats would totally be doing this stuff. They're like, but I thought this was a good idea. And I'm like, but it's not. Hey, I need to be close enough where I can see you, but not so close that you can't see. This is awkward. Come
That's
here.
a bad spot.
Kitty,
Do you want me to get on the other side and try to scare it toward you?
Yeah, maybe that would be good. Try to stand over here. It's old over there, so far.
Cat, go that way.
It's got the full exclamation point. Can we cheat it and just pet it? It does not look exclamation. I'll be real honest. I also dropped my food, so I'm gonna go get it before.
Alright, I'm gonna keep the cat here.
Yeah, I don't know that it's gonna go anywhere. Kitty just...
Like, I can barely walk on this thing.
Something's trying to kill me. It's nice.
Oh!
Something
It's
did
magic.
kill Numic. Okay.
Something killed me.
Yeah, it was a fire dude who was shooting at me, I think.
I would just loot it.
I'm like, we weren't even touching you. And there's a dude at the top of this building or something that saw me. I don't know where he is. I just saw him get mad. Heard it.
Once you get up here, I'll move.
I'm up here.
Okay.
I don't know how to get the cat though, bro. Hi. Can I push you? Can I interest you in a treat? Hi. Hello. The cat cannot see me at any convenient angle. Ah, treat. Go get it. Fetch. Are you stuck? Cat, are you stuck? You are stuck. Okay. The bait only works when they are having a question mark. And I had a question mark for a second. And I don't know if you saw that, but he still couldn't go after it. So he's bugged. don't know if we can unbug him. Try to leave the area. I suppose. Hello. I wish I could just pick you up my arms and just be like, you're becoming, you are mine now. It's what it is.
I found emo looking birds.
Yeah, those are the ones that I hadn't seen before.
Like new ones. I've not seen them either. They're very cool looking. I killed them. They just give eggs and feathers like normal chickens, so. Hey. Hey, can you go over that way? Yeah, no, it doesn't work. Hello? Alright, let's leave the area. Maybe he'll, like, self-correct. Maybe he'll figure out his life choices and get back on the right path, you know? Let's see. Oh, this is a basement. Spiders are in here. Oh, not that exciting. Somebody's shooting me. I'm up above. Where are you, Brenda? Where
He's up here
are
on this
you?
roof. Ow.
I see. How am I stuck in here? Get out! Oh my
I was
god.
stuck too. I got him.
Excellent. There's a golden chest right next to him.
Yeah, I see that.
You want me to open it?
Yeah.
There's a Ring of the Ancients and Superior Stamina.
Nice. I think we already have rings of those, but still nice.
Do I have that one?
Now enough for everybody
There's
if they
beds
want.
in here.
We're gonna want to sleep soon, so that's probably a good idea. Oh, look how cozy.
Aw, killed my snuggle buddy.
You just needed some nice bone men there to help you snuggle.
Yeah, I need their boners.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. We did stuff for science. It wasn't very good science. It didn't work, but it's fine. Feel like we did some stuff. We kind of cleared. I think this is a location. We found something new. This area is new. We found the new chicken thing. We made a lewd joke.
Now, do you think if I destroy this awning, it could get the cat down?
Maybe. It would probably fall.
Yep, cat's down.
Okay, I'll come see if I can
Now it's running
rescue
on the
him.
edge. Go back inside the house.
Of course, yes.
Shut the door.
Cat. That's very cat-like, you know? It's very cat behavior. Is he downstairs now? Where is he?
Should be
Second floor?
on this floor. I see him. Or saw his marker. Yep, there he is.
Oh, kitty. Hi, kitty. Hello, kitty.
Here, I'll crouch.
Hello.
and
Let's
stay
see if
over
I
here.
can do this. Hello. Hello, Clarice. There you go. No, how did you look at me and then all of a sudden you have more than... Oh my god. Okay. Oh my goodness, cat. You are so finicky. Don't go over the edge. Are you serious right now? Okay. Okay.
Did they go over the edge?
No, they're just staring at it like they want to, like they're teasing me and going, I will do it if you come over here, bitch. Can I scare you the opposite direction, please? Actually, I'm going to use these poles to my advantage, perhaps. Dang it, I don't want you to go there. Are you going to go there? Do you see it? Here, I'm gonna scare you. Sorry, go. Can you not be in this building? In this item? Thank you. Stop it.
Ellie, that ring might be good for you.
I'm not 100% sure where the cat went. But I hope that made it better. Kitty? Kitty? Hi.
Go.
Is that your bed basket? Is that your bed basket? Not like a bread basket, but bed basket. Hello, Kitty. No, you see nothing. You see nothing, huh? No, you see nothing? Nothing. Oh my god, cat. Oh my god, yes. Yes, question mark, I come closer. Question mark, I come closer. Hit. And I run away. And I get around the corner. Okay. No, you see nothing. How about now? You see this? Okay, great. Oh, I don't want you that close. I have a feeling I'm gonna need to get further away. Because that's just how it works here. He's a 4-harder too. Oh god, that's hard. No, don't do it. Okay. Question mark. Yeah. It's fine.
Why I'm not moving? Because I'm below you.
Oh, one more heart, one more heart, one more heart, one more heart, one more heart. Yeah, you go that way, kitty. Yeah, you go that way. That's much safer for everybody. Yes. 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 Don't go too far. Don't go too far. No. Question mark. Yes, question mark. Question everything. Question everything. Yes. Yes, you see me. Yes, it's fine. Yes, this is fine. Everything's fine. Question it. Pet. Yes! We've done it! We've done it! Pick it up, put it in our pockets. Success. Okay. Successfully collected a kit. This is why we carry the kit food on us at all times. Okay. Oh, kit. Pocket kitty, yes. Yes, we have pocket kits. In case you need to just pet it for a little bit. No, it's fine. She's gonna kidnap you, but it's for your own good. Did you see that cat? It was trying to jump off cliffs and stuff, off the edges. No. No. We cannot allow this. Kitty could break its legs. Its little tiny legs. It could fall into the shroud. I don't know what's happening with this gravity problem, but this is funny. Because I broke the thing. But the roof is still here. It looks creepy.
Oh. Where's...
Anyway. We'll just ignore that. That's normal. Danielle and I really truckled this weekend, so we're catching up. Nice. Congrats. Congrats. I'm glad you were able to. We didn't get any of the vulture chicken talon things that we wanted. They're still in the shroud. We should probably... Is that this way maybe in the shroud? It's a kitty fidget toy. Oh, that's fine. Does this go down into the shroud? It might. Down, it does! Guys, down this path it goes into the shroud. I should take my shroud mitts. Okay. I have other food as well. Let's probably eat. Okay.
There's a spider.
That's not the same thing that we're looking for, but thank you. I don't like him.
He's not my friend.
He's not. He jumps and stuff. I don't like him. He hurts my friends.
Stand still.
He's hard to hit, yeah.
Oh,
Dang, Yumi.
wow, he one shot.
Yeah, he's spicy. Okay, he's gonna do some stuff at us. I'll try to go get Numi if he doesn't see me. He's gonna go after you. Distract, distract. No! Ow!
Man, he's quick. I like how he sounds.
Wow, that's a lot of experience.
He's hard, so that makes sense. Tend to sleep a lot during the weekend to recover from work. It's been a lot with 5 roots and stuff. Yeah, so you don't get a chance to talk. It happens. What did it give us?
Petrified Shroud Stalker Shell.
Okay. I'm going to follow this path and see if it brings us anywhere nice, maybe? Because I know I need to be able to follow it out to leave, so I thought maybe following it in would be good. Maybe not. I don't see any of the chickens. I see the shroud sand. I see the bones. Ancient bones, the dragon bones. There's at least one jellyfish. Let me get out of the shroud for a second because I'm right on the edge. Reset my time. I'm on my bike and my feet for at least 4 hours every day. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Are we killing the...
Yep.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, if you start from further away,
They don't even have a chance to defend themselves. It's nice. Elixir
I leveled
well.
up.
This is apparently an elixir well here. I don't know that we want to be doing all the bosses in here. I don't know that we're quite ready, but we're not
we can
horribly...
keep exploring.
Yeah, I was mostly looking for chickens. I wasn't looking for doing those right now. The little dragons. Where are the little dragons? I got out of the shroud because it was easy, and I have the weird time stuff going on. Oh, I made the mistake of dealing with scorpions without owling.
I wasn't that far from you, so they probably
Okay.
wouldn't have
Stop.
attacked.
These are chickens. These are nests. They're out of the shroud, but I don't know if they'll work. What is this sleep you speak of? These are nests. I think these are the ones we maybe want to kill. Maybe? Hello? Anything nice in here?
Ow.
Loot? There's something to loot? What did I get? It's a nest for sure. The nest I feel like would be maybe the thing we're looking for. I don't know if it has to be the ones in the... It doesn't say online if it has to be, so I'm kind of thinking it doesn't need to be the ones in the shroud. But I've only gotten them from the ones in the shroud. So I don't know. Where's the dragon that goes with this? Nest. There's armadillos. So sleep, it might be more like a coma. Sounds safe. Sounds healthy. You guys are just living the healthiest lives over here. Oh, hello. Jelly. As cute as you are. You're a jelly.
You think the birds are gonna be mad that there's holes in their nest now?
Probably.
Oh, I picked up eggs. That's what I found.
Oh, that's probably what I got too, and I already had some.
Oh, I can't see him shooting because my shaders are so low.
Really? That's annoying. Okay, he shot another one, but I think it's coming at me. Yeah, I got you. He's done. And I don't know where it fell. Oh, it fell right here. I think I can pick it up without falling, baby. Baby, baby. Yeah, got it. Still haven't seen any dragons. Kind of thrown off by it. Not even in the shroud. Feels so strange. We had like one dragon that I killed when I first entered the Kindle Waste, and I've not seen one since. Yesterday, you just woken up, was curled in my gaming chair watching a stream and dozed off. I mean, I can do that when I just wake up. I fell back asleep really easily. And then I'll sleep for another 4 hours. That's my problem. I only sleep in 4-hour chunks. If I only get 4 hours of sleep, I can be pretty good for most of the day. Not amazing, because only 4 hours, but pretty good. But if I get 5 hours, I'll be much more tired. And same with 6. I need to get in increments of 4, and just how it be. Otherwise, I'm exhausted. Yeah, I can sleep after getting 8+ hours, no problem. I just need to do it in 4-hour chunks. Period. End of story. I don't do none of this nap stuff. I don't understand the snack you speak of. I don't do it. My brain does not know how to do that. It goes, what is light sleep? I like deep sleep, and I just do it. End of story. There's like a jumpy thing here. It's cool.
I found a garden thing and I'm stealing everything from it.
Oh yeah. I've stolen from these gardens before, I feel like, or similar ones anyway.
Yeah. I know we've been in one of these styles before.
Yeah. At least once or twice. I don't know if it's been this one, but...
Yeah.
Mostly grapple, not as much saffron, but grabbing it all. I guess why not? we've opened this chest, or somebody's been in this one because the chest is open.
Yeah, I started grabbing like the saffron, not saffron. It's
Plants.
the other one.
With
plants.
apple.
Ooh, red fabric.
Yeah, we do need that too, so apparently breaking the jars is a good time. Hmm. Some fabric.
Eat all the spiders.
Paper.
Like the little ones when they crawl out of the jars.
I hate those. Even though they don't hurt you, they're just gross.
Yeah.
The little spiders are so creepy. I know that's what they're supposed to be, but they did a good job. Oh no! Can't loot something? Delete the excess things we don't care about, huh?
I found Harvest Festival.
You found a harvest festival? Are we going to the festival, Mimi?
I don't know. Wait, let me pick it up.
Oh, what is a harvest festival? What is harvest festival? There's gotta be a way out of here.
There's somewhere you can hit
There
the
it is.
E.
And there's a staircase too. Okay. Sweet.
Excuse me, Armadillos.
My
Oh, your
backpack's full. I can maybe delete something or send something to you. I don't need this. Go ahead, you can send something now.
It's the Harvest Festival.
Ooh, it's a color for your hair dye. That's fun. That's awesome. I think you already have this, Mimi, so I'm just gonna give it to you. You might have this too, I don't know. Maybe we can make it a little bit more efficient. Alright. Thank you. It's the shroud ones I don't want. Those ones are fine. I still haven't seen any dragons. Thank you. Those are helpful. Kind of sucks. It's a lot of work and sleep, and that's about it at the moment. Hoping my body will get used to the schedule. I mean, nobody's can really get used to the only work and only sleep because, like, that's not good for you long term. But hopefully, maybe it's a little bit less exhausting on your body to do the work so that your body's not trying to recover so much. It sounds like you need the rest. But it's inconvenient. Which makes sense. I'm going for a little jaunt, which might mean that I find scorpion friends. I'm just trying to find the chickens. I'm not having luck. I don't even see them flying. Like, normally you can spot them.
Yeah. The only one I remember, well, I can't even say remember fully because I don't know where it is, but that one that guards the tower that you have to, like, go on the edge and you almost fall into the red.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fun one to repeat over and over and over again.
Yeah, I got stuck in it for a moment. It was good times.
Huh. Sounds lovely. No, I didn't want that. I wanted that thing. Give it to me. I don't want that either. Ugh, it's garbage. Delete it. I don't want it. Get rid of it. It's gonna torture me. Why is this wall so straight? Let's see.
There's a regular wyvern here.
Let's kill it. Maybe it'll give us talons.
He's stuck in the shroud.
So then maybe it'll trick it into thinking it is a shroud one. Yes, 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 yes. Super effective. Super effective. Yes, yes. Love this for us. Hello, chicken. Oh, it's above the red shroud, so... Bye, body. We won't get to find out.
Oh no.
Well... Well, it could have had talons. We don't get to know. Inconvenient. Hoping you won't have to sleep as much. It sounds like your body needs to recover, so that's the problem. It's finding a balance that makes it so your body's not so exhausted. So we found one dragon, and he's terrible. I feel like the dragons were like a dime a dozen before, previously, and now we need them. We cannot find. Oh shit! I almost jumped.
Did you look up where they're supposed to be?
Yeah, like in this area. There's supposed to be
Okay,
nests,
there's
like the nest that we found. But there's no dragon in it, so I don't know if there's supposed to be a dragon in it, but there's not. Come here, dragon. Yeah, be over a safe spot so that you don't drop your stuff. Come here. Hi, precious. There you go. Let me see if you have the thing. No. There you go. Okay. It might just be the shroud ones. But I haven't seen any of those. Like, at all. Today. We've seen them, like, once or twice otherwise. But, like, we have explored some of this. I guess maybe it could be in the middle. This. I guess. I can... Hey, Luce. How's it going? It's a hobbit house and I had to check it out. Right now we're adventuring and trying to get freaking talons. But I can show you the hobbit house when we get back. For sure. It's coming along pretty good. We need to decorate it, but we've pretty much built it, and I'm really excited. It took forever, because I basically built it brick by brick. But honestly, I'm getting annoyed with the dragon talons, so we might go back just because. Because they're not being cooperative.
Else we need to...
No, we need the dragon talons in order to progress the altar. Otherwise, we need saffron and, I think that's it. Maybe iron? We can go get iron, that's easy.
According to the wiki, they're in the shroud right next to the ancient tower.
They were not, but not that I saw anyway. We can go look. Actually, I can go show off the hobbit house really fast if you guys wanted to go look, and I can also sleep for us when it gets dark because it's almost there. That way people can see it. Dun, 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 dun. There's heaps of dragons in the Albanese summits. Yeah, but they're not the one. Well, we can't get to the Albanese summits because we need to upgrade the altar so that it's not red shroud to get there. You know? And we need the talons to upgrade the altar. So it'd be like that. It's hilarious. Anyway, this is going to be a magical bookcase because all the wine's in the basement. Okay, a little bookcase thing. I'll show the outside. Shut the door. Ah, there's no decorating, okay? It's not decorated. Dee 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 dee. Hobbit house. Okay, so Hobbit house. This is what it looks like from above. We've got a little bit of a chimney. So don't mind the really loud, obnoxious people outside who decide that I need to listen to their music inside. But it's fine. It's fine. It's the neighborhood. We be like this. Okay, so we have what's going to be like a little library that's totally a sneaky, not a library. The bed's not going to be there. This is Bilbo Baggins' little writing room. Look at it so far. This is what we have for decorations. Hallway. This is gonna be like a bedroom. Yes, lovely, lovely. And then what we've got here is some other rooms of storage or adventuring or whatever. Bedroom, extra bedrooms, whatever. This is going to be an eating area, like the place where you have table and eat. Dining room, that's the word. This is going to be food storage. This is going to be kitchen. Yeah, that's my little hobbit house. So, yes, brick by brick we have built it. It's going to be great. We just have to decorate. It's gonna take us a minute. But I like it so much. You like the rooms are different shapes? Yeah, we were trying to go for like rounded tunnely looks. And different, like, kind of like how you would normally take the, like, what size the shape of the hill was into account and kind of just roll with it. So yeah, I just went for different, see how it's like rounded? We were trying to go for a rounded feel. So that it didn't feel boxy inside. This one's kind of the boxiest of them, but it's still got some awkwardness. We might add some corners to make it a little less boxy. This is the boxiest, but we're gonna need to do cooking in here, so it makes like more sense to do that. So yeah, and then this one's like rounded on the top to give it a round feeling, and on the sides. So I really love it. I think it's coming along. We finished the roof today. I feel like that was huge. The roof was a little obnoxious because dealing with the ground and placing it just right, but it was good. I love these builds. They're so fun. The build I did before this that I was the most proud of was a Baba Yaga hut. I think I have a video and I have pictures online on YouTube, but it came out so good. Where am I going? I'm going home. Drop my stuff off. It'll look great with decorating. I think so too. So I'm really excited because we just unlocked some of the Albany Summit stuff because we were able to get to a section where we can unlock the wood and the granite and stuff like that, so we can like unlock some of those components to build with and craft with, which is really exciting. We don't have yaks yet because we can't get high up there, so we are missing out on padding. Otherwise, we're rocking. If I could get a yak, man, we would be in business. In business. Oh yeah, I was dropping stuff off and sleeping. That's what I was doing. That was the plan.
Yeah, sleep, because I can't see an extra, please.
Okay, do it. Oculus! Slip. Hello, sir. You go away. I'll stay your bed. Thank you. Excuse me. Good night.
Hello.
No business for you. No business except party business. Oculus. How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tired. I'll be honest. Today's been a day, but more physical tiredness from like cleaning out my father's house, my father-in-law's house. But hello, it's good. Thank you for the lurk and thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Loose lobes. Let's see. I was dropping stuff off. It's correct. That's what I was doing. Hate this one. I don't have much fireballs left. I need resin, so I might go and go get some resin. Which... Place kitty. I placed the kitty. We caught kitty, we placed a kitty. I'll show you what we've got. Is it this one? Or is it this one?
I want to fight one of those spiders.
It's this one. Yeah, you can have the boom booms. Come play, Akios. You can have the
You
boom
found
booms.
the spider that I was running away from?
I guess.
still give us resin too, which I need badly for spells. Of course, that one didn't give us any. I thought it gives us it. It usually did. Am I wrong now? It's gonna prove me wrong. Don't tell me like I'm wrong. You would throw the boom booms at me. Of course you would. So would Waffles. This is what happens. Apparently this one doesn't give resin. I thought it did. Someone was like chopping out here before it was giving me resin. I thought it was. I'm just crazy apparently. Just making shit up in my brain. My brain do weird shit, man.
I found one.
We found it.
There's a nest here. Yeah.
Kill it. Kill it. Maybe not with fire. It might not work as well. I don't know. Waffles isn't here. It's true.
No chicken.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, I need help. Be hard.
What are you looking for? Oh, the laundry basket.
So that way I don't need to put away clothes tonight.
Let's see.
Unless you want to put away clothes tonight.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Allie, I'm not sure if you're near me.
Nope.
I'm not, but I can try to get there.
I just gotta get. Oh, I found one myself. No,
Oh.
no.
How come we find them all when we're not together?
And I'm out of stamina.
It's the first time you saw the hubs? He was getting a laundry basket. He's very elusive. He's doing laundry, you know? Mostly because we ran out of towels today, guys. This is how we decide when it's time to do laundry. We're like, there's no more towels. I guess we should do it. He's like, I guess I would like to shower in the morning. Seen his hand before, and that's about it. He's so elusive. He's so elusive.
So I fell in a hole.
I've apparently made him a hot commodity. Handsome fellow, yes. Yes. Yes.
Mine's dead.
Congratulations, good work.
I was trying to see if I could hit mine through this little tiny hole that I fell into, but I cannot.
How many towels do we need?
I don't remember, like 40 total. I want to say we had like 12 or something.
I got 5.
Yeah,
So
each
were
one
there-
has-
At the giant shroud spiders are near it.
Lovely.
And
Those
I'm out
are-
of healing.
Those are more annoying than the birds. All the talons, yeah. I can go back and check how many we need and see how many we have currently. Getting Owly Moss because I happen to be here. Thought I was getting resin, apparently not. Because I only had 14 more of my spells. So I'll have to go to a different area for resin. But that's okay, I can go home. And check for you guys. I think I've shown his
Where?
picture on stream a few times, but not. He doesn't typically come on stream unless he's like crossing to go someplace and grab something. It's very short lived. He does sometimes, but not usually. Yeah, I was looking at this. And we have 11 out of 40 plus your 5, so we would have 16 out of 40. Okay, I need to go get... Unfortunately, stuff to make spells, because that's my best thing, and I don't have the
I'm
stuff
gonna
to
die
make
in here.
spells.
Oh, I found a safe spot for the shroud.
Safe spot. That's nice. That's a feature.
It's almost out of time. Oh, Alan, you're down there. Okay. I found mine here. That's a giant
We should
spider.
mark it as like an animal or something, so if we need it. Goody.
He hits hard.
Yeah, he does. You have to dodge back when he tries to lunge for you.
That didn't give me any. Usually the red gives me a bunch. There's one. My first resin in a hot second. Heck. We need a quick way to get resin.
We need to get out of the shroud.
Also that.
I found a path, so I'm just gonna follow it.
I'll probably do it. Icarus added international flags to the game. Kern got mad because they didn't add Croatia. To be fair, large, like, they're not as well known as many other countries. They're gonna add the bigger, more, you know, common countries first that people know. It's just the way of it. The pig. I really don't want to deal with the pig. I mean, the pigs aren't hard. I just don't want to.
I went to a very bad spot. I should not have followed the path.
Oh, the path was bad. Okay, good.
Yeah. Found a shroud route.
Oh, that's definitely a bad area then.
Yeah. It's a little spicy.
I bet. Did the pig go over the edge or something? The carpentry camp.
No, shit.
To be in the tree in order to hit it. Okay, sensible, of course. My mistake. I can go make what magic I can make. Come back and help. Oh my god. That's why you have to be here. I didn't want to deal with you, okay? Oh my god, I was just trying to not do this, okay? Just trying to run away. Fly home. Now things can't touch me. Let's go. How many international flags did they add? Like, only, like, some basic, like, ones that are all the countries everybody knows kind of deal? Is that the thing? Okay, Allie's way in there. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You are
I'm coming now.
deep in there. Okay.
Trying to see if I can climb up high enough to get out of the shroud.
29 flags. Okay. I mean, it's a good number, but still, it's definitely not all. I feel like unless you add all, somebody's gonna be mad, right?
Oh, I found a spot. Good.
Take it out?
Or at least out of the shroud.
Okay, so that you can teleport. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Maybe you can head on backwards. Don't keep going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I made it out.
You got the dragon too?
No. No, not at all.
No, not at all. But
Oh,
she's
okay.
able to escape.
Yeah. There were probably about 15 guys running after me at one point.
Oh my god. That's
So, and they're level
spicy.
27.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
A little bit spicy.
Mine was 25. my resting bonus and everything is. I had it repaired too.
I see a shroud route. I feel like that's dangerous to go check out that shroud route, but
Is that where I was, maybe?
I don't know. Oh, there's a dragon. Hi, dragon. Would you like to die? Did I kill dragon? There's things dying. I don't know what
He's
happened.
coming up. He's coming up.
Oh, good. I like it when he comes up here.
Oh. Oh, I fell in. I'm right
yeah.
next to the shard.
Well, I'm in. I'm in
Dragon's
with you.
next to me.
Okay.
Give me a moment and I'll head there too.
Oh, spicy! Oh, it's spicy in here. Oh, it's spicy in here. Oh, it's spicy in here. Oh, dear. Hello. No talons. Okay. Oh, explosive device. Incendiary, 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 incendiary.
YOLO. Here, I made these for you.
You made that for me. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I can't. These freaking cheaters need to hurry up.
Okay, I don't want to hit this
You'll
until.
die. You'll be coming after them.
After me? I'm gonna die from these flowers. Oh, God.
Distract! Distract! Out of the way! Woo!
Out of fireballs. I didn't make more before I came out. I guess this works. It's not good, but it's something. Let's see.
Okay, that one's done.
I joined but currently working on VTuber stuff. Very fun, very fun. Sorry, I'm fighting battles and I'm distracted.
Go!
Is it Dutch approve? What's commonly spoken there? Dutch, you mean? It's Dutch? Is Allie nearby? I don't think she is, because I don't want to hit the shroud route unless she's nearby.
Yeah.
I'm about 80 something away, but I'm up high. So I'm gonna dive in at the root.
Okay. There shouldn't be too much trouble here, so... Oh, there's a spider. Or, not a spider, a flower. I'll just hit it. It's very near.
I'm here.
There's a dude. Smack it.
Stop running away!
I told German and Dutch. Dutch. In the Netherlands, it's Dutch.
Oh,
I mean, a
that's
lot of Dutch
blowy.
people know 3 or 4 languages pretty commonly, and German is often one of them because it's relatively easy to learn, but, like, that's not... It's not, like, an official language.
Ooh, another shielded guy.
There's no German as a main language anywhere in this country. Yeah, no, not in the Netherlands.
This guy's distracted.
Yeah, he
He's
is.
watching his buddy fight.
He's like, that looks cool.
Oh, dang it.
Cute. Ow! Oh, one hit wonder I am over here. Hello. Did I eat? No, probably. Oh yeah, it makes sense, Jinxie. You're good.
Oh, you got a couple people there.
I
Hold on.
do. I have friends. Feel free to wait. How does Ken speak
Oh,
German?
yeah.
We also
Go
speak
back
English.
on.
Yeah. I feel like when I went to the Netherlands, people spoke like so many languages. Like it was crazy. It's such a common thing to speak multiples. There's a guy behind you, Numi.
I know. Everybody did run.
You can get him to face away from me, I can backstab him.
He's stunned.
There's a portal. Handled it. Oh, there's a chest in there. Chest, I want it. Can I touch it? I don't want Shroud Meteor magic. I don't want it. It's troubles.
Blowing up.
Get
There's
your
another
paws
portal.
off my stuff. Thank you, Cat.
The flowy bug.
Another one?
Yeah, where I'm at, there's a portal.
Haluna, heal.
I did. Get your paws off my stuff, Cat.
Check out the portal.
Cat's like, I will eat your stuff if I want to. I'll just put stuff in my mouth. Because I can.
Wait, run it, dude.
Yeah,
Because
stop
he has a
it.
bow, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't like being bullied. It's so strange.
It's another portal here with a bug.
Handled. I still don't see any more Gorgons. Just want to learn ESL. Very useful one. I do wish that the languages, like that sign language, was universal. I feel like that would be the language to learn. Like just universal sign language would be phenomenal. And
That's what I
everybody
wish
can
they'd
do-
offer more in schools.
ASL should be offered. I feel like ASL should be offered. Well, I think whatever sign language is native to your country should be offered in
Yeah.
every country. Like, because it makes no sense to me why you couldn't speak it. And like, what people don't understand, and this is like a topic of a passion of mine, is people who are deaf actually learn English to communicate with us, because sign language is a different language. It is designed differently. It is not the same. So whatever language you're speaking, they speak a different language. It is completely different. And so they are bilingual. And not just because they replace words with their hands, because that's not true. It's grammatically different. And requires different things like facial expressions and body language in order to communicate thoughts and ideas, just like grammar would require it, right? Like, so, and it's an area of passion of mine, because like a lot of people are like, oh well, we have like captions, so that's good enough. It's really not. It'd be like expecting somebody to speak a second language just to understand the basics. And that's not necessarily fair, right? To expect somebody to do that. BSL? British. That's the British one. Dutch is an option. Dutch is a good one. Dutch is hard, but not so difficult that it's like... It's definitely harder than, like, for an English speaker, it's definitely harder than, like French, Spanish, Italian, that kind of one. It's above that. Should be offered in school. Yeah, 100%. Alright, I think I might give up on these. On these talons, because they're annoying, but I don't know. I'm tired of searching for talons. Why is it? Cat! Stop creaking the door. Chest over here. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna check it out. Maybe? Maybe I'm not gonna check it out, okay? Jeez, geek. Mine daggers. And the needles. Sounds like a cool name. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, let me die.
That was spicy.
Yep.
I saw that.
Twas spicy. Made it somehow. Not sure exactly. I should probably put that down as I did something,
Uh-oh.
survived something I shouldn't have.
What'd you find?
Oh, spider.
Oh, one of those things. Dude, they're so
And a
annoying.
15-minute dude with a banshee as well.
Oh my god, of course.
Oh, you might be. Are you in the area where I was?
I
Very-
think
No.
so.
Very
But
No,
I'm
we're
also
not.
alone.
No, not quite.
Okay, sounds spicy.
I need help.
I'm on my way.
Ow! Ow!
Ow, he's just crying. Just ow. 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 There's Red here.
She's so fast.
Where are you? Like, I see you on the map, but how did you get here? Maybe this path. Daniel speaks 4 languages already. Dutch is her 5th. There's only one language she found harder to learn than Dutch. Hungarian? Hungarian's hard. Hungarian's hard. What languages does she speak? Besides, so Dutch, English, Hungarian, what else? Hungarian's harder than Dutch.
Oh.
Or yeah,
I'm
harder
good.
than Dutch for sure. I'm coming.
I can't see the banshee's attack.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Oh, the spider's over there. I gotta go this way.
I'm picking up Yumi. Heal Mimi. I'm in the caution, by the way, so there's a good chance I'm gonna just fall to my death because potion because of my stupid thing. Okay, Banshee's down.
I'm 1 minute from the shroud.
I'm 136, so we should probably try to find a way out. Be careful, there's red shroud over there near me.
Yeah.
If you come up here, it's out. It's out. English, Spanish, French, Hungarian. Yeah, I would actually say that's... Okay, so... Depending on... I personally would say that French is easier than Spanish, but it depends on who you are, I suppose. And then Hungarian... Yeah, is definitely harder than Dutch, I would agree. I decided to go for Croatian, which is, you know... considered one of the hardest languages without having changed from Latin letters. So it's a fun time. But what's really funny is I live in a a neighborhood that is half Puerto Rican and half Polish. So it's very strange because everything's in 3 languages and nobody speaks the other language, okay? So it's like everybody speaks a little English at least, but you'll have like stores and stuff where you have to speak the other language or you're just pointing. and it goes either way. But I was in a cafe the other day with two Polish ladies next to me, and I was just like laughing because I like heard them making a joke and I understood the joke, right? Because Polish is similar to Croatian, and they caught me like responding appropriately to the joke, right? And they're like, "Oh, do you speak Polish?" And I was like, "Nope," but I recognize enough of the language because I speak Croatian, partial Croatian. I don't speak fluent Croatian, but I speak a little.
We want to go explore a city.
I'm down for that.
It's
I'm
over
down
there.
for that. I'm good with that. Let's...
Spicy time.
Will you like time that perfectly, Allie, by the way?
Huh.
You timed that perfectly. Also, I need to do a Kaluna, like, died, and also, things. Survived an unlikely situation, and then I also died. Let's see. Where's my death one? We did destroy a shroud route unexpectedly. We did that. I don't know where it is. Dice, there it is. Okay, did it.
Oh, I think this is this place I've been farming for my
Okay.
armor.
Gotcha. Hungarian.
But there's a temple over here too.
Oh, nice. Okay. Apparently Croatian and Hungarian are similar and equally hard to learn. They're similar in, like, grammar, but they're not similar in, like, most of the words, so they don't understand each other. But the way that grammar works is very similar. And they use Badaje as well, which I don't know if they call it that, but it's basically like the endings all change for your grammar. So instead of having a location in the sentence that holds the meaning, the words can be all out of order and it still holds meaning because how you change the ending of the word is the same as, like, in English, where it is in the sentence makes a difference. You can't mix up all those words I just said and have it make sense. But you can in Croatian, and you can in Hungarian. Because how you change every single word makes that same purpose known. But that's what makes it so difficult to learn, is because you are not learning an order of words. It has no grammatical similarities whatsoever. Like, Croatian doesn't have very many prepositions. And we use so many in English, right? We use them constantly. But they don't have them because they use Badaje as an ending to tell you where it is and why the function of the word is. Like, it doesn't exist for most. Like, there's a couple prepositions, but, like, people leave prepositions off all the time because they just don't matter that much. They actually have a Badaje, like, ending that is entirely for the word with. If it has this Badaje, it means with. Like, just end of story. And you don't need the word with. They have a word that means that, but they don't need it. So it's so bizarre to learn. And if I remember right, when my Croatian teacher was talking about it, that is very similar in Hungarian.
What's attacking me? I can't see.
Probably if you're near us.
Probably a rat, maybe?
Maybe. What am I hitting? There's a fake wall here is what there is.
I've got some rat friends down here with me.
Oh, is this...
There was the place that I saw was a night
Ooh, well,
temple.
it's nighttime. So
Do you wanna go do that?
Yeah. I'm down with that. Where is it?
Let me send a ping.
Map. Bum, bum, bum.
Do you have a spark? It said it needed a spark.
No.
Okay. So maybe we're not gonna do that.
Unless there's a temple nearby or a thing that we can get. There's a flame shrine nearby over here. That looks
Okay, I don't see that. So yeah, we could do that.
So we could get a spark first. Hungary, a lot of people are apparently very arrogant towards Americans, so insanely often people would talk about Daniela or students in Hungarian, and then the American would tell them off in language. I mean... Get your mouth off this! I just replaced these headphones because of you. Your mouth does not belong on all my shit. Stop it.
Oh, Mom is tasty.
I love putting things in my mouth. Mom, maybe you should feed me more. I'm so hungry. Look at me. I'm wasting away. Freaking like 15-pound cat. Wasting away, obviously. I know. Everybody should feel really sorry for you, right? You clearly are underfed. Yeah, I know. I know.
I found an obelisk.
Also good.
And friends that I don't want to deal with.
Drink or perish, coward.
Okay, need water.
Where's Avuka camp when I need it?
Right. Also, what time is it? I can't see the... Ugh. It's almost 8. Okay. Stop looking at my cord like you're gonna eat it. I see you.
I found a giant tunnel that goes to the other side.
Hi!
Oh. Oh,
I went
hello.
over! Oh, I found friends! Oh, and oh, we'll let the dragon kill the friends. That's... Seems wise. Keep your mouth off of my headphones. You're very cute. But you're trouble. Yeah. Yeah. You're so happy that I'm touching you. You're so funny. I'm holding your face so that you don't bite my cords. He's purring. He's so happy. Oh my god, he's such a troublemaker. Yeah. Do the people know how trouble you are? Do they know? Some of them know. Some of them know about the time you turned on the shower and flooded my house. That was you. Absolute trouble. Pure trouble. Bestest of troubles. He's actually professional. If anybody needs to hire a professional troublemaker, I got you covered. Got you covered. Location above. I don't want to go up there. Okay. How does one get up there? Is there a path? Or do you just have to get lucky? Hey, Mimi. Is there a jump point? If I climb this, it's a nest. Can I get up to the top
I
of the
can
nest?
teleport home and then just run back. If you want.
You can just get the... I guess that's true. It's not a big deal.
Because I've made this trek so many times, I'm pretty good at it now.
That's funny. Thanks. I'm gonna dive down. I made it up. Sweet. Okay. I got to the Flame Shrine. I don't know how people were supposed to get to this shrine. This is a very private shrine. For like one person. Whee! Did it. Check. Mind your business. Map. Now we're trying to do the Night Sanctum before the night goes away. Yeah? Okay.
Where's my something?
I can ping it in a minute. Back where we were, just we needed to have a, what's it called?
Oh, there's a cave that goes up to that flame shrine.
Yeah. Quite easy to get to. I think I'm almost at it. So I can at least open the door before night is over. I'm there. Conference? Conference?
I'm just avoiding all the patrols. That's not where I wanted to go.
We'll greet everyone with music. 'Cause who doesn't like that? It'll be great. Don't worry about the horrible things that want to kill you in here. Just listen to the lovely music. I feel like a Pied Piper.
I'm almost there.
I love the music of death.
We have an owlie? And we have an owlie! Congratulations, welcome. Alright, we have made it. Welcome in. I see death.
So do I. Actual medical basis. Ooh.
That's an amazing find.
Ow.
Failure. Good job.
So much death.
He's just like, I'm just gonna go and hope for the best.
Yep. Oh, more actual medical basis.
Alright, we need to go that way or this way, both ways.
There's an elevator here. I'm going now.
Also nice. Is there a way to avoid getting hit here? Like, nope, dead. There's like no way to avoid this one. How does one do it? They go at the same time. Alright, I'm gonna respawn because I don't know if I can get my stuff though. Because of its location.
No, I tried. I tried to get your stuff.
It's bad. Like, how are you
Uh-huh.
supposed to get through that?
I rolled through them.
You rolled through them?
Yeah.
They
my
don't
way
touch
too.
you if you roll? What a weird cheat.
Yeah. My way had them too.
Which means I'm probably never getting the stuff out of my bag. Not that I had too much going on, but still.
I found shiny chest.
There's no way I'm gonna be able to get that. I really don't think so. We'll try. And I got owlies. Could I get mine?
I got a cosmetic.
We'll see. 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 I don't think so. I don't think I have enough time. Nope. I didn't hit it correctly. Oh, we
wow.
just died again. I don't know if I can pick you up in time, but I can try.
No, it's alright.
Okay.
I got out.
Your stuff I know I can get.
Well, I went all the way down my side, and I got to the chest.
Oh, damn it!
Yeah, the thing saying hit me if I rolled.
I really don't like this spot for our stuff to get stuck. Oh shit! Oh, that was a mistake. Spicy.
That was a mistake too.
Hello.
You need to have higher
Which way we have to go? This way?
food protection. I don't even know. I'm just trying to pick up my stuff.
Yeah, this way's done. There's an elevator here, this way's done. And I found something for you.
Thank you. Good luck.
This way.
No. Whoa.
I made it.
You
I
mean?
can get
Yeah,
your
but
bag.
can you actually? Oh, yeah, because it'll come all the way this way. Yeah, grab my bag. Go shower. Bye, Rex. Enjoy your life. I can get Owlies. That's not a problem. Careful, careful.
I got it.
Okay, good, good, good. Can you get the other part? You can finish it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Elevator.
There was a trap!
Who wants to get you? I mean, it's all traps, isn't it?
No, there's like, spikies. I didn't know.
Or like a ground spike trap, like the Vuka have. There's an elevator, you have to be on top of it.
I made it. Yeah, that's the way I went. I got the chest. There's another, trap. They all come at the same time.
It's fun. This is
No,
dangerous, I don't like it.
I think this is all yours.
Cat! Leave my stuff alone. Cat's like, everything is mine! I claim it! Everything in this world belongs to me! He's hungry. He's just trying to play with everything because he's hungry. He's absolutely a monster when he's hungry. Ow.
I don't know what was mine. It's not a big deal. I'll sort it all anyway.
Yeah, I don't think I had anything specific that I was gonna be upset about or anything.
Yep.
I don't care.
I got. So I'll just put it in the box.
I don't know why I'm leaving. I can just teleport home.
I thought about going back to Brittle Bush to see if I can farm my,
Your outfit still? Oh my gosh.
yeah.
There was another.
I
trap
want it.
It's such a hassle, which is such an annoyance. Okay. I will go and get more. Unfortunately, more stuff to make potions. Not potions. Make my spells because, gosh, I need more. Always, always more. The red trees are the best for getting the stuff I need, but I didn't mean to go like that. I didn't mean to go straight down until I was over. Okay, there we go. Bam. Alright. Means I'm also getting the regular wood that Ollie said we needed, which of course that tree didn't give me any resin whatsoever. High server load, guys, fair warning. Maybe some hiccups. Fair enough. I'm hoping that, like, I get to decorating next time. I want to get a couple more materials. Like, there's definitely some, I need to get more stuff from the north. Because I want to build some furniture from there. Because I think it looks so pretty. And I think it fits so nice. Those are spicy. I know this area. This is like the flower area. Or that only bloom at night. If I'm not mistaken. Those are my flowers. I don't want to play with the flowers. I just want to have trees. The trees I need, not these trees. Different trees. Because I don't think the last time I did this, these trees didn't give me the resin the way that the other trees did. But this time it gave me resin. What the heck? It doesn't know. Just does what it wants. Does what it wants. Okay. I think it like is just rarer for these ones to give it. I heard it give one. 2. Huh? Ooh, 3. And then it does 3. I say it's rarer and then it does 3. Oops. Just make me a liar. Make me a liar. 1, 2, 3, of course. Cave. I don't want to go to cave. That doesn't have wood in there. I'm looking for resin. I guarantee you there won't be any resin in there. Next. Look for more big trees. Red trees too, because those give it to you. Alright. I think after getting resin, I think I'm going to call it too. I think we'll get a little bit more trees, a little bit more resin, and then we're going to call it. People have people that they want to go say hi to, especially if they're playing this game. We could do it. If they're not playing this game, I might consider it too. If it's in the same vibes. But I do love this game, and we love checking out some new people, perhaps, if we find somebody fun. So I do have time to chill a little bit. I hope Prime comes back and plays this game again. I really want him to, because I feel like he would enjoy the big boss battles. Like,
Yeah.
the big dragon, I think he would love. And I really would love to convince him to come back and play it. Like, even if all he wants to do is the big battles and we, like, grind for him, I'm down with that. I think it would be fun. What is this high server load baloney? Why? There's just 3 of us on here. My cats are hungry. It's that time of night. I need to feed them. They're causing so much trouble because they're hungry. should be resting more so that I can hit this properly.
Found a cool axe.
What?
I found a cool axe.
Hmm.
Can't find what I want, but I can find
But you
everything
can find
else.
everything else.
It's like it's a
literally.
random drop, so it's like
So you just have to keep
Hope for the
trying and
best.
hope it happens, which is really annoying.
yes. Yep.
Really annoying. Alright.
Ah,
Where is... Hello, sir. Hello. Come here. I need you to make some stuff for me. Gosh, it takes 10 resin each, too. It's so flippin' expensive. Critter explosives. Waffles can make some of those. That's fine.
Dang it! Guy found me.
Okay.
Where are my rats?
I don't know. You had friends and they weren't helping?
No.
Not kind. Okay.
I don't think they would stand to the 3 guys and 2 dogs.
Oh, I guess that's probably true. Alright, we're gonna take a raid call, guys. If you would like. Let's see where we're gonna go. Let me see what we can find. Let's see if anybody's playing this game that I know. And if not, let's see if we can find somebody maybe playing this game, maybe new to us. Do love checking out some new people. Let's see. Oh. We rated them last week for this. So they are not new. They are playing. So worst case, we do have somebody to go say hi, and they're new to Enshrouded, which is cool. And they're very sweet. They're also relatively new to streaming, so maybe we'll do that, because I don't know. Okay, they only have 3 viewers. I feel like rating them with a bunch of people would be really kind. They're really decent at streaming, by the way, for being like newer to streaming. I think he just barely hit his 50 follower the last time we rated him last week. He talks to chat really nicely, and like he tries really hard in games, and like is very easy to talk to. So I think maybe we'll go back. He's very, very nice, and I like supporting the smaller streamers. It's very, very nice. You know? I remember the days of having only 1 or 2 people watching. It's scurry. So let's go say hi again. It's okay. I approve. Why is my keyboard in Croatian, huh? Stop it. We were talking about Croatian, so it was like, oh, we're gonna talk about me? Alright, name's Toads. I'm gonna go say hi and give some love. If you can leave a lurk at the very least, that would probably support so much for them. Just saying hi also is super supportive and really lovely. If they're not your vibe, totally understand. You don't have to stay. Don't feel pressured. But also, if you can, amazing. Alright, have a good night, friends. Bye, everybody.